the preview. I need to try and find the breakdown because we've got a pretty interesting SmackDown. I know that SmackDown is not really to everyone's taste at the moment. It's not to my taste either, to be honest. But this looks like it could be okay, you know. This looks like we might be able to get away with a half-decent episode. And I think if we think back to last week, it was kind of okay as well. It wasn't mind-blowing or anything like that, but it is really benefiting from the fact that it's got those Fatal 4-Way, King of the Ring, Queen of the Ring qualifiers, because those matches have got something at stake. There's a reason to tune in, right? And these, of course, these are the final first-round matches. So we're going to find out who's going to go forward to the semi-final stage. So we've got Lyra against Soul, against Jade, against Charlotte, battling in Queen of the Ring. I think the winner takes on Liv. So I'm pretty sure it was Liv that progressed. So Lyra, Soul, Jade, Charlotte, winner faces Liv. Then we've got the King of the Ring first round. I think the winner takes on Javon. So this is Jay, LA Knight, Finn Balor, Royce Keys. Javon, a very interesting winner. I mean, I don't know about you, I was really expecting it to be Seth. I'm kind of glad I didn't bother doing a prediction video for King of the Ring, because Seth would have been right up there. Don't know if I would have had him win, but I think I probably would have, because they've teased Seth and Roman. I keep thinking that Brock's going to come and take Oba out of this thing. So, I mean, maybe Oba's going to be the winner, but if Oba wins SummerSlam, then when are we going to do Oba Brock? Because if Oba's going to get to the final, that means that Oba is in the final of King of the Ring at Night of Champions. So he's not going to be facing Brock, he's going to be in the final of King of the Ring. Winner of that then gets a title opportunity at SummerSlam. So I know some of you have floated the idea of Brock Oba night 1 and then Oba goes for the championship night 2. I'm not crazy about it. I kind of feel like Oba would be pretty battered on that second day after being in a big war with Brock. I mean, it should, if that is Brock's last match, Oba should go into that championship match pretty beaten up. I mean, that should be Brock giving absolutely everything. Maybe even like a Hell in a Cell, which I would love. Yeah, the idea that then Oba goes and fights for a title the next night. I mean, I suppose a weakened Oba makes him more beatable, brings him kind of down to the level of some of the other superstars. I don't know, man. Maybe that is the plan. Maybe that is the play. But I got to admit, I was shocked when Seth got eliminated. I really was. I really fancied him to go quite far here. So I think the winner faces Javon. But so is it going to be Jay? Is it going to be LA Knight? Is it going to be Finn? Is it going to be Royce Keys? Have they already started the build for LA Knight to win this thing? Maybe Brock takes Oba out of King of the Ring, and perhaps LA Knight goes on to win King of the Ring, because they've done an awful lot of chat around LA Knight. If I go for the belt, you better not get involved. Is the plan LA Knight Roman Reigns? LA Knight wins King of the Ring and then gets his opportunity, and then he's got to deal with the bloodline, because we've been planting so many seeds. So many people are like, LA Knight, why do you keep going on about this? Perhaps we're about to find out why he keeps going on about this, because maybe he's about to win King of the Ring. So, don't know, but it's interesting. I mean, both of these matches, big matches. It's going to finalize who goes through to the next round of King of the Ring and Queen of the Ring, right? As well as that, we've got Paige and Brie taking on Fallon and Laney. I am not down on that. I really like Fatal Influence. So actually seeing Fallon and Laney, I don't know if that's for the tag titles, to be honest with you, or if it's just a standard match. Have we got a preview somewhere? Here. The women's tag champ step into the ring, non-title, in an exciting non-title match. That's a bit of a shame, isn't it? It's a little bit of a shame. Why not just put the belts on the line? What's the point in being champions and not defending the titles? So, I don't know. Perhaps they'll get the win. Fatal Influence, that'll then get him a championship match. Okay, whatever. I'd much rather the belts be on the line. Then we've got Gunther, and he's going to reveal his stipulation for his match with Cody. That's quite good. So we know there's a match, I believe, next week, isn't it? That's Gunther, the Ring General, is going to be competing for the WWE Championship. Well, tonight he's going to reveal his stipulation for that match. And I don't know what that's going to be. I mean, it could be like a submission match where you can only win by submission. Not sure what he's going to go with. But that match looking like it's going to go down next week. And Gunther is revealing the stipulation for that tonight. And I got to tell you, it is just flipping lovely to be back to our usual time. I've absolutely not enjoyed that European tour at all. I mean, I didn't mind, the crowds and all of that. But yeah, I'm just so used to kind of watching wrestling at this time now that, like, messing around with that, I just don't like it. I don't like it. I'm kind of so much happier being back at this time now. It means I can start sort of putting my life back together, and Unseens and all of that, they are coming. I know people are going to ask about it. They are on the way. I've been battling a few different things. We've had a few, like, electrical issues around here. In fact, we're going to have to get a whole new electrical board put in, which has been a bit of a nightmare. So, I don't know. I think there's just been a few things that have happened all in quick succession. But to be off that European tour is a blessing. So, yeah, I'm happy to be kind of back. I'm happy to be at a usual time. And, yeah, you should see the channel kind of return to the channel that you know and love now. Hello. Hello to everyone in the chat. Miss Clown, hello. I don't think King of the Ring is going to get the way they will do whatever they want. It makes sense. I don't think King of the Ring get in the way they will do whatever they want. Miss Clown, are you okay? Are you okay? Have you fallen over? Do you need help? Have you hit your head? What does that even mean? Please respond. Kian, hello. Daze, hope you're doing well and having another great day, and you. I've had my Wednesday shirts and one of my Jenna Ortega DVDs today. Also had my Lego set yesterday. And I get a few more Jenna stuff coming and I'm excited. Kian is building a small shrine. I think that if ever humanity develops the ability to clone someone, I'd feel very confident Kian will be at the forefront of that. And I would expect a Jenna Ortega clone to be created as the very first human clone. In fact, I think Kian is actually working on that as we speak. So, Kian, shout out to you. I'm also excited for you to add to your crazy Jenna Ortega collection. I think you've got more Jenna Ortega items than Jenna Ortega does herself. But, yes, Kian, shout out to you. I hope life's treating you well, buds. I Smoke Alone said, USA just needs to put on a good show for us. I don't know why any American thinks we can win it. Yeah, that goes down tonight, doesn't it? I think kickoff is, just under 3 hours away. I think it starts halfway through SmackDown, which is a bit of a shame, to be honest. The fact the USA are kicking off while SmackDown's on. But, yeah, good luck. Best of luck to USA. The time has come for the United States to step forward, take the stage, take the world stage at the World Cup, and hopefully get a victory over Paraguay. It's going to be tricky. We just saw Canada obviously struggling a little bit. But to be honest with you, Bosnia are a very good team. Bosnia managed to knock Italy out of this World Cup in the qualifiers. So Italy are obviously not the Italy that we know, but they're still a decent team that should be at the World Cup, right? Bosnia was able to get rid of them. So I knew Canada had a tricky job on their hands. I actually predicted the draw for Canada. I actually felt that Canada would probably end up drawing with Bosnia. I think Bosnia is probably... Well, I was going to say probably the toughest team in Canada's group, but Switzerland are also a problem. I think Canada, Bosnia, Switzerland are the three that go through in Canada's group. Qatar are going home, right? So I think Canada, as long as they get points on the board, should be able to make it through. Don't know if that's going to be first, second, or third. I'll be shocked if it's first. But Canada getting some points on the board. That's all that matters. But yeah, United States, you got 3 tricky games, actually. I wouldn't say there's an easy team in the United States group. Paraguay will give you a game. Australia will give you a game. Turkey will definitely give you a game. But it is a group the US can get out of. And I think I fancy United States to edge it tonight against Paraguay. I think I fancy the US in America to just edge it and get the victory. So, yeah, I've got US probably looking about 2-1, something along those lines. Probably about 2-1. Could be 3-1, but I don't know. Just any win. Get 3 points on the board. That's all you need. So, America stepping up on the world stage in the next few hours. Canada, obviously drawing earlier 1-1. Mexico picking up a win yesterday, getting 3 points on the board. England don't play until Wednesday, and Scotland, I think, is tomorrow. I think Scotland's very soon, so I'll definitely be rooting for Scotland. I hope they get out their group. So, yeah, I'm cheering on Canada, I'm cheering on United States, I'm cheering on Scotland. I hope all of those teams get out of their groups. Connor said, did you watch Canada-Bosnia? I didn't watch it, no. I mean, it was on TV. I mean, to be honest, it's wall-to-wall football, isn't it? I mean, as long as you just put on a TV channel, you're probably going to stumble across a game. There's like 100 and some of them over the next 5 weeks. So, I mean, the game was on as I was kind of walking through the living room. It was on, but I didn't sit down and really watch any of it. But yeah, I obviously wanted to see Canada win. I mean, I wanted Canada to win. I did think it was tricky, though. As I said, Bosnia have knocked out Italy. But yeah, good. Point, fine. You know, just get some points on the board. I think Canada will be fine anyway, because I really do fancy them to beat Qatar. So I think that'll be fine. So, yeah, point on the board for them already. Christopher, hello, said Daze, I understand WWE main event is on a Thursday on YouTube at 8 p.m. It's 30-45 minutes, yeah? I've enjoyed watching it every week. A lot of the wrestlers we don't see on normal shows wrestle there, yeah? There is, I mean, it's a show that's been running for a long, long time now. In fact, there used to be a couple. There used to be superstars as well. They used to record one before Raw, and they used to record one before SmackDown. And they've kind of aired at different places at different times. But, you know, it's really just a way of getting people some match time. In fact, it's what it is it's a bit of a pre-show for Raw and SmackDown. For the live crowds. Obviously, if you go to Raw or SmackDown, you get to see main events. I think main event is before SmackDown, is it? Am I right in saying that's before SmackDown? One used to be before Raw, one used to be before SmackDown. It was Superstars, the main event, but I don't think we do Superstars anymore. But to be honest, I mean, it's normally people like Tozawa, people like that. Although, we are seeing people like Julia and other decent names being used on that show. But again, they're in nothing matches. They're not like the matches have got a story or a build or anything like that. It's just a way of getting them out there, getting them a wrestling match, kind of, you know, showing them off to the crowd that might want to have seen them. So yeah, I mean, it's you know, it's worth a watch, but it's not like a brand. It's not like something that has got its own stories and its own roster or anything like that. But if you're watching it and you're getting something from it, brilliant. Brilliant. EQ92 said, do we think the Danhausen experiment has got something to do with CM Punk's return? I read a post that he'll be returning soon and he'll be on SmackDown. I don't think so, because I mean, I don't think we're gonna sort of make out that Danhausen has had to reanimate or rebuild CM Punk. See, last time we saw CM Punk, he lost at Mania. He took some time off, and it's not like he was broken or, do you know what I mean, injured or anything along those lines. So I'm not envisaging this story kind of being a part of his return. It feels to me like Danhausen is building a monster. It feels to me like he's trying to build what could be a very interesting sidekick, and a sidekick that's going to be like a permanent sidekick, like Danhausen and his monster. And, you could get a lot of humor out of that. Eventually, the monster could probably break free and obviously go off and, do whatever. I mean, for me, a Braun Strowman, an Eric Rowan, one of those type names, I think would be quite good for that role. And I think because Danhausen's putting so much time into creating this character, because really it seems to be a story of him trying to kind of get the chemistry right, the biology right, trying to figure out how to bring this creature to life. It's just hard to see that that's going to relate to a CM Punk or someone that's credible, that's, kind of just not even away because they're injured or anything like this. So I'm thinking it's a monster. I mean, I'm really thinking it's a Braun or it's a Rowan, or some people have speculated it could be Big Cass when Big Cass becomes available. And Big Cass would be fine. I mean, I don't think you need to have someone that's an amazing wrestler. I think you just need someone that's big and tall. I mean, it could be Omos. I mean, Omos is under contract and we don't quite know what to do with him. So, I don't know. I think there's lots of options on the table. I would be very surprised if it was CM Punk. Bishop said, when does SmackDown move to 2 hours? In a few weeks' time. I believe that June is the final month of SmackDown being at 2 hours. And then, of course, it switches 3 hours and then it switches to 2. Did that last year, and apparently it's just in the contract. So this isn't anything out the ordinary. This isn't anything strange. This is what it does. It does the first 6 months, 3 hours. The second 6 months, 2 hours. I believe the reason for it is because there's no football. So, it's not having to collide with the football season. And as well as that, it's WrestleMania season. So obviously when you're looking at February, March, going into April, you want those periods to give you a bit more time as you build towards WrestleMania. And so they coming out of Mania, the rest of April, May, they've just chucked June in as well. I mean, you could have gone 2 hours already, in my opinion. But they've done it this way where it's 50-50. So 6 months, 3 hours, 6 months, 2 hours. Connor said, apparently both Randy and Drew are set for SummerSlam. Yeah, to be honest, I'm not massively surprised by that, because I would imagine, I totally would have imagined that. CM Punk as well. I mean, if Punk misses SummerSlam, I'll be absolutely shocked. I mean, SummerSlam is, your WrestleMania of the summer, so you're going to want all your big names, all your big hitters. It's the show that Roman would have come back for if he, had gone away after Mania. It's a show that, Drew's not injured. He's just been off doing Highlander. Randy apparently isn't injured. He put a post out, didn't he, not too long ago, where he was saying, just leave me alone. I'm just enjoying my summer, because there was all this speculation around him being injured. And he put a post out saying, leave me alone. I'm just enjoying a summer with my family type thing. So that kind of gave off vibes that he was just having a bit of a break. So I would expect him back. I'd expect Drew back. I'd expect CM Punk back. I don't know about AJ Lee, because I think her run might have actually ended. I think that she agreed to come back at WrestlePalooza and work her way up until WrestleMania. A disappointing run, I would say. I mean, it was lovely seeing her again, but I don't think that, she didn't work many dates. She didn't have many matches, but she got to have a Mania match. She got to do a mixed tag with CM Punk. She got to kind of go out on her terms, put a bit of a better end into her career. But I don't know, has she got the bug? Is she going to come back again? Is she going to go after a world title? Did she look at the landscape and feel that, you know, it had moved on past her? I just don't know. I like AJ Lee. I don't feel like we used her in the way that I was really hoping. But to be honest, I don't think you could. I mean, I like AJ Lee playing mind games. That's the AJ Lee I like. And an AJ Lee that's very manipulative and strategic and, you know, playing mind games with different people. She just wasn't around enough to dig into any of that. It was all very, very simple, very straightforward stuff. Some okay promos and, you know, feud with Becky makes sense. You know, she managed to get the match in with Bayley as well. So we did manage to do that before she went as well. But, you know, it is what it is. And I hope we see her again, but I don't know that that'll be SummerSlam. So, yeah, I would expect some of those big hitters to return by the time we get to SummerSlam. Is anyone here a GTA fan? Said Opala. I found an awesome GTA channel. They bring 100 players and they do some very clever competitions. There's going to be a lot of GTA content coming up, isn't there? Obviously, we're months away, just months now instead of years, from GTA 6. And you know that content's going to be absolutely everywhere. So, yeah, there's going to be a lot of GTA chatter soon. Not a game that I probably am looking to pick up. It's just too big for me. I just like much simpler games. Things you can pick up and play and have a bit of fun with for an hour or something. That is just going to be like a second life, isn't it, for a lot of people? Connor said, I've heard news of a match between Rhea Jacy for the WWE Women's Championship. Apparently it's been pitched for SummerSlam. Yeah, I saw that news earlier today that, you know, there's been people talking about that. I mean, I'd be interested in that match. The only concern that I've got is, again, it's an example of us moving very, very quickly with someone to a top title. I think that you can get away with it better if they're a heel, because I'm not a fan of it. I don't like people being rushed to top titles. It doesn't make me warm to the person because I don't feel like you've really put the work in. Do you know what I mean? I think anyone in life that kind of gets anything quite easily, it's hard to sort of root for those people because, I don't know, life's hard. I mean, I don't know about you, but life's really difficult. Like, it's hard work. It's a grind. You make mistakes. There's things that, in retrospect, you wish you'd done differently. I think if there's anyone out there that's just achieving stuff and it's super easy, it's kind of hard to find yourself really warming to those people and connecting with those people. Kind of, you know, you want to see them struggle in the sense of you struggle as well. Do you know what I mean? And then you can root for them because you're like, yeah, I can connect with that. I know what that feels like. It's hard. There's setbacks. And so for me, if people are just getting to belts so quickly, I don't know, man. I don't find myself like really cheering them on. This is why, you know, I continue to struggle with Sol Ruca. I mean, Sol Ruca's been on the main roster like a couple of months and she's got to an Intercontinental Championship. And she got there without getting a pinfall win or a submission win. She just got a screwy win at Saturday night's main event against Becky after Becky got herself DQ'd. And then that somehow allowed Sol Ruca to get a championship match where she won. And I kind of look at it and go, well, where was the struggle? Where was the grind? Where was the hard work? People can say that all of that took place in NXT. But, I mean, to me, that doesn't really count. That was developmental. That was her learning how to do wrestling. She finally arrives on the main roster. This is where, you know, your journey really begins. Oh, there you go. Champion. You're a champion. I don't know, man. I'm not crazy about that. I'm just not a fan. I think there should be a struggle. I think there should be a grind. I think there should be a climb. Certainly if you're a babyface. If you're a heel, Doesn't really matter if I like you or not, does it? Doesn't really matter if I respect your journey or not. If JC Jane's going to get to a belt quite quickly, doesn't really matter, because I'm not meant to be rooting for her. I'm not meant to connect with her and cheer her on. You know, if she's going to take shortcuts to get there, so be it. So, yeah, these baby faces that get to belts quite quickly, not crazy about personally. And I know it's not only me, because other people say it in opinions videos. So I know I'm not alone with that viewpoint. But maybe it's a little different when it's a heel. Maybe it's a little different when it's JC. Still don't like it, but maybe it's just not as bad, because I'm not meant to be rooting for her. I'm not meant to connect to her. I'm not meant to be cheering for her. So, yeah, not crazy about it. But as I said, maybe not as bad if it's a heel. Christopher says, Jordynne Grace wrestling on main event. Why isn't she on Raw or SmackDown? That's where she belongs, as Raw or SmackDown. Yeah, I wouldn't really worry too much about that. I wouldn't worry so much about that, because I think that Jordynne Grace and Julia and any of these people are in rotation. So the fact is, you can look at the fact they're on main events and complain about it, but the alternative isn't them being on Raw or SmackDown. The alternative is them sat in catering, you know? The alternative is they don't get on TV at all. So I wouldn't look at main event and be like, why are they here? Why aren't they on Raw and SmackDown? I would look at main event as being a little bit like, well, good to see that they're still using them. Good to see that they've not completely forgotten about them, and they're not just sat at home or, you know, sat in catering. I mean, there's some people that can't even get on main event. You know, look at Tozawa. I don't even know how many matches Tozawa has had this year, but I would imagine it's very, very few. Same with maybe an Ivy Nile. Again, how many matches has she had this year? So, you know, if you're someone that they don't have a creative plan for you right now, they don't have any creative for you, if you're going to still get used on main event, I would say that that's better than absolutely nothing. In regards to why aren't they on main event, well, the truth, why aren't they on Raw or SmackDown? Well, the truth is that they are trying to, you know, prioritize other people. You can't use everyone. You can't use everyone. And even if I was booking, there would be people that would miss out, because you have to have a roster that is bigger than the show you're booking, because you might get an injury, or there might need to be a change of plan. You just never know. So you've got to have wrestlers in reserve. And of course, you need to keep the show fresh. So you need to have people in feuds that once that feud's over, you take them out, you bring someone else in. So Jordan should get rotated in at some point. It's just, when are they ready to kind of, you know, tell that story? We just had Street Profits sat on the sidelines for quite a while, and we had Rusev sat on the sidelines for quite a while. Both of those are being used right now. So I won't worry too much about it. This is a conversation that will never, ever end. If you start getting annoyed about stuff like that, you'll just be annoyed for the rest of watching wrestling. So I sort of, the best advice I could give people is sort of, if it's your favorite wrestler, I get it, but understand that there is more wrestlers than there is TV time, and you cannot accommodate everyone, and nor should you, because you need people to fill in for injuries, you need people for keeping things fresh, and that always means there's going to be people on the bench. This would be like complaining about a football player being benched. There's always going to be players on a bench. You're always going to have more football players in a squad than can play the game. If you look at soccer, there's only 11 that take the pitch, but there's another 10 or so that sit on the bench ready to be subbed in. And that is exactly the same way I would look at wrestling. You know, you can have so many on the TV show, but you're gonna have people on the bench. It's how you use the bench and how often they rotate in. And, you know, I think for me, the conversation gets more interesting when you kind of go, you know, this person hasn't been used for 6 months. What's going, do you know what I mean? People going on the bench is fine. Perhaps the conversation becomes more interesting when you talk about how long they've been there and the fact they're not being brought in, and is there a specific problem, and blah, 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 blah. You get my point. So I never worry about those things. I think on a case-by-case basis, they can become a bit more interesting. King Gamer said, was The Rock's 2013 good for business or bad in the long term? And do we think who benefited from the feud, Rock or CM Punk? Well, I don't think CM Punk did. I think it was... let's put all our eggs into one basket. I think that was the booking. If you go back to 2013, the big thing at that point, and it was the highest grossing WrestleMania of all time, was WrestleMania 28. So WrestleMania 28, which is The Rock versus CM Punk, Rock versus John Cena, sorry. That's the highest grossing WrestleMania of all time. Up until recently, I think it's been surpassed now with, the TKO WrestleManias where they've pushed up the ticket prices. But for a long, long time, that was the record setter. This is why once in a lifetime became twice in a lifetime. This is why Rock Cena at 28 is repeated at 29. So 28, I believe, is 2012. 29 is 2013. So your question about The Rock beating CM Punk for the title in the build to WrestleMania 29, is it good for business? I think it's a great conversation to have, because I don't know that it was. I think the reason why they did it was because we're putting all the eggs in the basket for a rematch. We're going to do Rock Cena, the rematch, and we need a way of getting to it. And it definitely was good for business to do the rerun. The rerun at 29 was nowhere near as big as 28, but it still did a monster number. WrestleMania 29 doing Rock Cena for a second. 28, I don't know the exact number, but it was so big, you didn't really have a choice. If you could do the rematch, you did there was no other match that was going to generate the number that Rock Cena generated at 28. And even if 29 was not going to be as big, I'm sorry, you had to do it. I would have done it. If you're a booker and you're responsible for generating the biggest show possible, making the most noise, most money possible, then you had to do it. I don't blame them for doing Rock Cena too. I really don't. Not when you look at the numbers. So I think that was right. I think it was good for business. I think in order to get there, they needed to build it up. They needed to put all their eggs in the basket. They put the belt on The Rock. The only thing that I sort of disagree with is, would it have been better for CM Punk to have gone into 29 as champion, continued that great run of his? You could have still done Rock Cena too. I don't know that The Rock needed the championship. I don't know that that's how we needed to set up the rematch. So that's the thing that I pause on, is it certainly didn't help Punk. I don't think it was the right way of us getting to the rematch, but I do think that Rock Cena 2 is the right match to do at 29, yeah. The numbers just say that it is, so I can't really disagree with them on that. And who benefited from it? Well, WWE. WWE benefited because financially it was still big. 29 was still massive. So WWE was definitely the benefits. John Cena was a benefit of it because John, of course, gets his win back. John lost the year before. This allows that feud to end at 1-1. So John benefits. I suppose The Rock benefits because he gets another big Mania payday and main event. WWE benefit. CM Punk definitely does not benefit. Aaron, hello. Did we watch the latest live stream, Sean Ross Sapp live stream? I actually never watch Sean's live streams. I don't have an issue with Sean's live streams, but I'm just not in the habit of watching them. I found it interesting because he gave a deep dive about his job and works with rumors of Punk and stuff. No, I didn't, Aaron. I don't. If you've got any deets, feel free to put them in, but... Connor said, what's going to be next for Tatum? Do you think Tatum gets called up or not? Would you like Tatum to go to Raw or SmackDown? I like Tatum. I like Tatum a lot. I think that I would want to do what's right for Tatum. And I think more so than what's right for Raw or SmackDown, because I feel like Raw and SmackDown should be fine right now. I mean, you might need a little jig, whatever, but I don't think we're struggling for women. I think we've got a lot of good women. I think we've got a lot of underutilized women. And I think that unless Triple H really is looking at the numbers, because I've said before, if I was Triple H and I was running Raw or SmackDown, I would have an idea as to how many people I need for my roster. So if I've got to do a 2-hour show or a 3-hour show, I need this many people. I need this many heels, this many faces, this many women, this many guys, this many tag team, blah, 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 yeah? So if Triple H is looking at those numbers and the numbers don't look right and he needs some more women from NXT, I don't have an argument with that, right? I think that makes sense to me, that that's a very good structured way of, you know, getting your roster to where you want your rosters, right? In regards to what's right for Tatum, I think she needs to stay in NXT a little bit longer. And the reason for that is because I think she needs a run with that top title. I think, you know, it's very different being the mid-card champ and being the NXT women's champ. I think if you're the NXT women's champ, there's a bit more media that comes with it. There's a bit more pressure that comes with it. You tend to, you know, be in a higher profile match, for example. And so I think they're comparable, but I think that obviously you are fighting the very best in the division. And I think that it would do her well to just have a run with that top title first. She's had it already, but only very short, very briefly. So I think I'd like her to just have a little bit of a run with it. I think that she's someone that is getting a lot of opportunity right now to do backstage segments with Shiloh. She's getting to do some in-ring promos. I think you can absolutely take her for the main roster. She would not drown. She's ready to swim. So if you want to take her, you absolutely can. But I just think that there's a bit more cooking that can be done in NXT with her. I'm not totally convinced that we've done everything we can do with her in NXT. And I would point to an NXT Women's Championship run where she, you know, really puts on a series of great matches, gets more in-ring promo time, and, you know, kind of give her those opportunities. I don't think, though, that if she gets called up without, it's going to be a problem, because Becky did not win the NXT Championship before she went up. Alexa Bliss didn't win the Women's Championship before she went up. There's quite a few women, actually, that have been called up that never won that Women's Championship. So if Tatum goes up without it, it's fine. She's had a mid-card title run. She's still been able to do promos in the ring. She's still been able to do backstage interviews and segments. She's done a lot of character work. She's had a lot of championship matches. She's been on PLEs. All of that is the stuff you look for. Her in-ring is good. Her promos are good. She's fine. She can absolutely go. I don't want to paint a picture that's not accurate. She can absolutely go. But could she just have that NXT Women's Championship run? You know, that big NXT Women's Championship run, high pressure matches, being guaranteed to be on PLEs in a high profile match. You know, could it be that she just has that before she goes? Yeah. I mean, I would like to see her have that, to be honest. This is why when we was talking on NXT, I was talking about how she was now free to kind of go after that top title, because that's what I would do for her, is give her that run with that top title. But, you know, as I said, if she did get called up, I think she's ready. I can't sit here and say that her match quality is poor. I think it can be improved, but it can be improved for a lot of people. Hers is more than acceptable. Very good, actually. And her promos, she's a very natural, comfortable talker. She's not like Izzy Dame. I like her a lot. Yeah, I like her a lot. But again, don't take her up unless you've got something ready for her. Don't take her up if you've not got really good creative plans. don't mess her around. You know, I'm quite happy to keep her in NXT and keep her, you know, going after a top title in NXT, and that be her, you know, next 6 months, rather than call her up and not have anything that special lined up, you know. I think she is a great talent, so personally I'd keep her in NXT. If she gets called up, I think she's ready. Right. I'd like to see Finn Balor win a world title at some point, said Connor. If Balor does get a chance, yeah, we'll have to see. RTX said, do we think WWE should keep sticking to long title runs or introduce short runs? I kind of like long runs for the top titles. I don't mind shorter runs for the mid-card titles. I don't mind shorter runs for the World Heavyweight Championship, but I think that if you want to make a title feel prestigious, if you want to build a wrestler, then long runs are what you need. And the reason for that is because if you've got a champion that's hard to beat, every title defense that they keep that belt, it is adding to their legacy. So, for example, if you think of a lot of the great champions in the past, a lot of them will have had longer runs. And I'm not just talking about wrestling. I'm talking boxing. I'm talking MMA. You know, if I think about Anderson Silva, or I think about George St. Pierre, you know, or I think about some of these great fighters that we've had, a lot of them have had long title runs. If I think about Hulk Hogan, you know, and what he was able to do in the 80s, you know, a lot of them have had longer runs. Even John Cena, you know, had like some decent runs within his career. He did lose the belt on a regular basis, hence why he's a 17-time champion rather than a 3-time champion. But yeah, I know that some people are down on these longer runs, but I think that they are very valuable, actually. I think that they help to build up the superstars. They make them feel legit. Your title run and your character, you know, your prestige, you know, it's largely built on a number of things. But if you have a long title run, every win is adding to your legacy, to your perception, to your title run. You know, if you have a good long title run and you beat 20 odd people, I mean, it does mean something. It's not wasted time. Like, you are legit. You are someone that, you know, we need to pay respect to. I mean, look at like Jay. Jay got to a world title and then lost it very quickly. That run didn't do anything for him. But I think people look at that now as a mistake. I think people really look at that run and go, yeah, we got that one wrong. Would people have felt different if Jay had picked up several wins and kept the belt for 6 months? Yeah, I think they would. I don't think that run would have been seen as a mistake as much if he had been given, you know, a longer run. So I think you've got to... It's hard because people don't want to hear this. There's a lot of people that don't want to hear this. There's a lot of people that just don't like long title runs and they think they're boring. But I think if you look at sports and you look at MMA and you look at boxing and you look at, like, you know, other sports, and I know there's differences, but a long title run really does help the person carrying the belts. It makes them feel legit. The thing is that you got to find that right balance of getting out at the right time. WWE is very guilty of milking things too much. They are very guilty of dragging things out. And so it's not an exact science, because you might get bored of a title run, but I'm still fine with it. So what does WWE do? You know, do you keep going with the title run? I mean, the only thing they can do is go by the numbers. If the numbers are still there and the numbers are still strong and the merch is still selling and the video views are still good and the Google searches are still strong and all of the indicators are saying this is working, but you've got some people online saying, I'm bored of this, what do you do? This is the problem. This is what a lot of wrestling fans don't take into account. They just think, I'm bored of this. I want it to change. But actually look at it from the company's point of view. If they're looking at data that is telling them that globally this is working, why should they change direction? Why should they change course if globally the numbers look good and the engagement is still there and it says that it's working? This is where there's a real disconnect with the IWC. IWC is very opinionated. IWC is very vocal. IWC makes a lot of noise. But I do agree, actually, with Nick Khan when he says that the IWC is the minority. It is. I agree with him. It is the minority. When you think about the kids and you think about globally and everyone around the world that enjoys WWE and tunes into WWE, if you think about all of those people and you think all of those people have got opinions, you know, there's only a very small percentage of those people that you actually see on your social media. You don't get, you know, a snapshot of, you know, millions of voices on social media. You probably get a snapshot of a few hundred. You probably see 300, 400, 500, and some of them will be bots. We know that on X, there is a pretty healthy percentage of accounts on X that are not people, they're bots. So you can't even quite trust everything you're seeing on social media. So it's, I think the IWC is very vocal. I think it's very passionate. I think it's very valuable. You can argue it's the hardcore fans that, you know, I think there is a value to it. But I do also think it's the minority. And so I think it's, you know, you kind of listen to what they say, but what they say is not gospel. You know, you listen to it. It's another opinion. It's another perspective, which is great. I ain't down on it. But yeah, I really can understand why WWE does not just do everything the IWC says. And if they're looking at numbers that say that whoever it is, Cody or Roman or whatever, they've got the belt, they've had it 6 months, but the numbers are still looking good. People are still interested and are still engaged. And they'll have loads of different ways of telling that. Merch sales, video views, Google searches. You know, they can break it down by region. They can see how America, the most important market, how are they responding? They can have a look over in Europe. They can break all this data down, right? If those numbers are still strong, I can't sit here and tell you why WWE should act different. And I don't think the average fan necessarily thinks about things that way. So it's for me, it's fine. I think there should be a balance. Not every run should take 2 years or whatever, but I do like that for the top title. Again, it comes down to like a struggle. I think it should be hard to get to the WWE Championship. It is the mountaintop. Just like getting to the top of Everest is not meant to be easy. Otherwise, everyone would do it. Getting to the WWE Championship should be the exact same thing. Not everyone can do it. And it should be difficult. And I sort of feel like when you get there, you probably deserve to have a bit of time there, you know? If you get to the top of Everest and you've got to quickly, do you know what I mean, go after like 5 seconds, you'd probably be a bit gutted. And so I think it's right that people have a little bit of a run. But when it comes to mid-card belts, I don't feel like that should be as big of a struggle. And I think that they can rotate a little bit more. So same with tag belts as well. I think those can rotate a bit more. But I think for the top titles, to really establish, you know, you made it and this means something and it's prestigious, I don't think they should be flip-flopped around. I really don't. So yeah, quite a bit there in regards to all of that. Benito said, if YouTube was doing a biopic documentary of you, what celebrity would you cast? Maybe Mr. Bean as Joe Hendry? Well, they wouldn't do a biopic documentary of me, nor should they. So it's not a concern. It's not something we need to worry about. Netforce said, did we see the Janelle Grant case move into arbitration? So that's pretty much done. Yeah, that is interesting news. And honestly, one that I did not expect. That's big news. So if you go to arbitration, my understanding is it means that a lot of the details of the case are not going to come out in the public. It's kind of all done behind closed doors. And so this is big. This is the kind of thing that I thought Janelle Grant was desperate to not happen. You know, she's spoken a lot about, and again, this is not political, and my heart is very much with her for what she's been through. So this is not me being judgmental. I'm having to put lots of caveats here because I am going to say something which, it's not controversial, but I am surprised that she is allowing this, because in previous statements, she has spoken about how she is standing up for victims, and, you know, it's about getting the truth out in the open. And this has come from her lawyers speaking on behalf of Janelle Grant. So now here we are, hearing news that she might be about to allow this case to kind of go behind closed doors. And it might be a case that this is all going to play out in a courtroom and we're just not going to find out about any more information. We've already found out a lot, of course, about this. I mean, Vince McMahon's reputation was in the gutter anyway. It couldn't, you know, it would struggle to get much lower than it is right now, with kind of all the allegations that were made public with those court filings that came out a few years ago. But yeah, I must admit, this does strike me as a big deal. This does strike me as pretty big news. It strikes me as a win for Vince. Not that he's innocent or anything like that, but just that he might have found a way, and I don't know how he's done it. I can only imagine it's money. He might have found a way of getting this behind closed doors. And that's big because, and it's big for Brock as well. Anyone involved in the case, it's big for. Because this case has been around for over 2 years. And they've delayed it. Vince has done every trick in the book to make sure this case does not get to court, and it's dragged out. I can picture Vince saying to Janelle, if you're going to take me to court, if you're going to take this to court, I'm going to drag this out, right? I'm going to rinse you of every penny you've got. I can sort of picture him saying that, because that's exactly what has happened. This is, you know, every little thing has been questioned, debated. They've done whatever they can to, you know, get this to not get to court. It's finally had its court date set for this summer. And now that we're just about to get to it, somehow word is now coming out that it's going to go to arbitration, which, as we said, I believe means it goes behind closed doors. I don't know how he has been able to achieve that. You know, Janelle was pretty clear in my mind that she wanted the truth out there, and she wanted it. This doesn't mean he's innocent. It doesn't mean anything like that. The case is still going to get heard, and it's still, you know, going to go ahead, and all those allegations are still against him. It's more just the process of the case. It's more just that. So yeah, I don't know. Obviously, we're just hearing kind of secondhand bits and bobs. I did see Dave Meltzer say he's got a lot more information on this. I don't know if that's kind of come out because I've not seen any update from Dave, but Dave said he had a lot more information. So what I would say is very interesting development. If you want to find out more information on it, Dave Meltzer might have some stuff. If that's not out yet, I'll keep an eye out for it, and we'll see kind of what gets said. But I agree with you that that's a very interesting development. It's a very, very interesting development, one that I was not anticipating. Jose, shout out to you, my friends. Becoming a supporter, I really appreciate it. And Corey said, Daze, happy Friday. Shout out to everyone. Corey, shout out to you, buds. Happy Friday. Hope everyone's had a good week. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to getting stuck into SmackDown. And as I said, it's lovely being back at kind of a normal time again. Happy Friday. Luke, happy Friday. Is it Gunther Cody next week? I believe so, yes. I believe so. So we're going to find out the stipulation this week for that match. So I believe stipulation reveal this week, and then we go into next week. I've just gone on to the Wrestling Observer website to see if there is any sort of updates. Looks like there was something an hour and a half ago, so this has been updated. So let's have a little look, right? Janelle Grant's 2024 lawsuit against WWE and Vince has been approved for private arbitration. All parties asked the court to cancel a scheduled hearing for June 16th so that this could go for potential arbitration. WrestleNomics' Brandon Thurston reported that the judge agreed to the ruling on Friday, required them to file a joint status report by July 10th. If an agreement isn't reached at that point, another hearing will be scheduled for August. So they've got to come together, Vince and Janelle, and put a report in saying that they both agree to this. That's got to be done by July 10th. If it doesn't happen, then apparently this case will just go ahead as normal in August. I interpret agreement here as referring to the conditions of moving to arbitration. It's not necessarily a settlement of the entire case. I think that was Brandon Thurston. Due to the nature of the move, details will not likely become public. So details of the case not likely to become public. The June 16th hearing has been scheduled to hear arguments as to whether this should go to arbitration. Janelle, Vince both agreed to take it to arbitration. We'll have a lot more on this. People very close to the situation were not surprised about it, though. So maybe there's been a shift, which is interesting because I was surprised, considering what Janelle said previously. This makes sure that any public testimony going forward to her charges against him will now not happen. So, okay, that's the very latest on the Wrestling Observer website. Doesn't really give us much of an update there, unfortunately. But again, certainly something to keep an eye on. And yeah, I was surprised by that news. Shining Wizard said Janelle was supposed to be getting $200,000 a year as long as she kept her mouth shut. Someone in her circle leaked the information. Vince said he was not going to pay her anymore, says Shining Wizards. I don't know. I mean, I know that he refused to send in a payment. This was a few years ago, and then that's how everything kind of came out into the open. So nothing came out in the open until he didn't pay. So if there was a friend of Janelle that kind of said something, I don't remember it getting out to the public. I still view that as one of the stupidest things that Vince has ever done. I mean, Vince has done a lot of stupid things, but for here, he just needed to keep the payment going, and then she wouldn't have said anything. Nothing had come out. I mean, I never saw anything come out in like 2024, 2023. It was only when he didn't pay that this thing really blew up, and then all of the documents kind of came out. Don't know. It's been a wild few years with this, but it looks like it all might be going behind closed doors now. Benito said, if this case does go to arbitration, does it increase the likelihood of Vince being back in WWE? Maybe the bare minimum TKO is to have him as part of the story. I think it does increase the likelihood of him being back. I don't think he'll ever come back and start booking or working for them. But bottom line is, Vince is not in a good place with people, right? Vince is just bad PR. Being connected to him is just bad news right now, right? We've already seen probably enough of the allegations, right? But what this does is it stops it all kind of being dug up again. Because all the allegations that Janelle threw at Vince were a few years ago, and there's going to be people that never saw them, and there's going to be new fans to wrestling that, are in the dark about it. So what this does is it stops it all kind of coming back up to light again, right? Because, of course, if it was out in the open, they'd have to go through everything. And this would be a case where every day that the case was happening, you would have an update about this is what was said in the Janelle case today. And this is what we learned today. And you can imagine if this was all out in public, just how damaging it would be to WWE and Vince. I mean, WWE may have played a part in this as well, of course, because it is not in their interest to have all of this stuff coming out in the open, right? So TKO may have played a part. WWE, Nick Khan might have played a part. I don't know how they've managed to get Janelle to agree to this, because it sounds like she had to agree. Again, it makes me wonder about money, and if it's a serious amount of money that has been thrown her way, right? In order for this to just go arbitration. This isn't even about, we're going to pay you this much money for the case to go away. It might be, we're going to pay you a load of money so you agree to take it to arbitration, right? And so it's not heard in public. Again, I'm just speculating. There are no details on this, so we don't know at this stage. But yeah, this is a win for Vince. If this goes arbitration, of course it is. Because it means that it's all not going to get dug up and out in the open. It means that his reputation is not going to get worse. It's bad. I don't think this means he comes back to WWE. But does it make it a bit easier maybe to put him in a Hall of Fame? Maybe. Because it should mean that his reputation just sort of stays where it is. All that negativity stuff, all that bad stuff doesn't get dug back up. It's not in the press. Obviously as time goes by, the details of the case kind of fade a little bit more. You'd have to find it and reread it to remind yourself of some of the stuff that was in there. And again, a lot of people might not have interacted with it. A lot of people might not have seen the detail. So if you can just keep it out of the way, brilliant. That's great for him. So I don't think it increases the chances necessarily of him coming back and being a booker. I don't think it increases the chances of him coming back and necessarily having a job. It doesn't hurt those chances, but I don't know that it increases them. But I think it might increase the chance of him going into a Hall of Fame, or something along those lines. Again, though, whether they would allow him to make a speech, I'm really not sure. Because I think a lot of damage is already done when it comes to Vince. I think that the allegations and the stuff that was in those court filings were pretty horrific. Some of these allegations are like, if found guilty, like should be going to jail type stuff. I mean, no doubt at all. This is like really bad. So, but obviously we need to know if he's found guilty of these things or not. I mean, at the moment, he's still an innocent man, if you will, because the case hasn't been heard. So, yeah, it's better, but I don't know that it changes a great deal for him in regards to returning. Netforce said it came out that the emails were sent to WWE management in March 2022. That's why he stopped payments. And then this came out. Emails were made public. I'd have to have a look at that. I certainly don't remember hearing of like a Janelle Grant friend or anything like this saying anything. I certainly don't remember there being anything that came out in regards to I mean, like, either way, he was an idiot for not paying that money, because the stuff that came out after he stopped was absolutely horrific. The stuff that was in those court filings, we had 80 odd pages of the allegations. None of that had come out. And so we actually had 80 odd pages of basically what Janelle Grant was accusing him of. And this all came out after he stopped paying. And that is really the damage, because there is stuff in there which just blows your mind. Absolutely blows your mind. And even if there were some emails or, some chatter or whatever might have been around, it was nothing not even in the same ballpark compared to what came out when that stuff all came out. All those court filings came out. That was just mental. I will never quite understand. And I completely agree. Because we're dealing with something that's been dripped through over the period of, years, it can be hard to piece everything together. Someday someone will do a documentary on this from start to finish. Netflix or someone will do a documentary detailing the timeline, and it is going to be absolutely unmissable, because this story is still not fully told, of course. But once we've got the case done and we know the outcome of it, so I'm adamant that Netflix or someone will do a documentary on it, because this whole story is so mental. And it'll be really interesting to watch that from start to finish. Right. RTX said, when we say that Drew should have been allowed to keep his title, would we say Drew should have been allowed to keep his title until Mania? Or did it play out well in your opinion, said RTX? No, I believed he should have kept the belt. I think that I feel a bit sorry for WWE, because I think what they had planned was not what was executed. I can sort of understand that Cody Randy is. So this is again, I think if I was to pat myself on the back for anything, I would say that I always try to look at it from Triple H's point of view and WWE's point of view. I don't just go, this sucks, this is rubbish, without thinking about why did they do this? What was the thought process? What was the logic, right? I try to understand genuinely why people do what they do. And that helps me get a bit of a bigger picture, a bit of a full picture. So Cody is champion at the start of the year. He loses the belt to Drew, right? The reason apparently why they did that was because they wanted Cody free to be in the Rumble and in Elimination Chamber. It didn't make any sense for Cody to go into those matches as champion. So this is why they took the belt off him, because they wanted him to go into those matches to make the Rumble a bit bigger and Chamber a bit bigger. I don't really care how people feel about Cody. It's undeniable he's one of their biggest stars. The numbers back up the fact he is a needle mover for WWE, right? Globally, he's got a lot of fans. You might think otherwise if you look at the IWC, but he does have a lot of fans globally. They've done a good job of building him. Finishing the story mattered. People are still riding with him. So him being in a Rumble makes the Rumble a bit bigger. Him being in the Chamber matches makes the Chamber a bit bigger, right? So they take the belt off him, give it to Drew. And this is where I think people maybe got a little bit sort of confused. They thought that this was Drew's moment. This is where we're going to really invest in Drew. And I really don't think that was the plan. I think, the streets are saying that it was more to get Cody into the Rumble, get him into the Chamber match, right? So Drew's got the championship. Drew, I think, I'm not a fan of Drew's heel work because I don't think it's very good. I don't think he's a very good heel. I think that he is very relatable. He tries to be relatable. It's not so much Drew's fault. It's more Triple H, who likes to blur the lines. And I just don't get it. I really don't understand. For me, this just works so much better when you've got a babyface that's loved and you've got heels that are hated. And this kind of wishy-washy, oh, well, he is making a decent point, Drew, I just don't get it. I really do not understand, right? Because what happens is your babyface that everyone's meant to be rallying behind all of a sudden is getting booed because the heel is making some really good points. And you kind of go, well, imagine if we did that in the 80s with Hogan, Hogan's coming out, but he's getting booed because, well, actually, Andre the Giant is making some good points, You go, this just doesn't work. It's nonsense. But anyway, everyone likes Drew as a person. They wish him the best and they want him to succeed, right? So he's got the belt and he carries on with the belt. We do Cody in Rumble. We do Cody in Chamber. After that, they decide, Cody doesn't win either. And they decide we need to get Cody into the main event. And how we're going to do it is he's going to win the belt back. He's going to win the belt back from Drew. So he wins the belt back. Big controversy because, of course, people that like Drew are now upset that Drew has lost the belt. You've took the belt off Drew really close to WrestleMania. Again, this is where that 50-50 booking has bit you in the backside, right? This is where even WWE are scratching their heads going, oh, this is a bit weird. We thought the heel losing the belt wouldn't be a problem. But it's like, yeah, but you didn't book him like a heel, did you? You absolute clowns, right? It should be that the babyface wins the belt from the heel and people don't care that the heel is going to miss out on the Mania main event. They should be happy about the fact that the heel is going to miss out on the Mania main event because people should hate the heel and they shouldn't want the heel to be in the Mania main event. But instead, a load of people were like, this sucks. They've done Drew wrong. This is exactly what Drew's talking about. Cody's the golden boy. Drew never gets the opportunity. This was meant to be Drew's moment. Blah, 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 right? So I do think they screwed Drew over, to be honest, because I think they completely booked him wrong. I think they made him quite sympathetic. I think a lot of what he was saying had merit about how, you know, it's hard for him to get to a title. He's had to work so hard. He was the MVP of the pandemic era. You know, he's not the chosen one. Cody's the chosen one. And you listen to all this and you go, yeah, a lot of that is adding up. And then you get this close to Mania and WWE just completely prove everything he said to be correct by taking the belt off him. I mean, it was pretty staggering how inept, how badly booked that period was, right? So you do that, right? You put the belt on Cody. This doesn't really help Cody because, of course, Cody has got a belt now, but a lot of people are upset that he's got the belt. So well done with that. Drew then goes off to a feud with Jacob, right? That was okay. I mean, it did get Drew out the way. It was something for him to do, but there was a lot of resentment at the fact that Drew was now no longer in the title picture, right? And so you got people upset with that. You got people upset with Cody, but at least we can now move Cody to Cody Randy, okay? So this'll fix it. Yeah, this will fix it. We'll do Cody Randy now. And there's so much history between Cody and Randy. We can do a really good story here. And actually, I would say when Randy turns on Cody, and Randy, you know, is getting quite a bit of support as a result, because he's looking like a badass, and people are struggling with Cody because of what's happened with Drew and previous. The question at that point was, how are you going to get people to sort of hate Randy and side with Cody? And we said this is going to be a challenge, and I don't even know if they can do it, but I like this story. There's a lot to dig into, and they've got a few weeks to really work on this dynamic. Then, of course, he's on the phone to someone, and you kind of go, oh, I wonder what this is. Is it going to be Ted DiBiase? Is it going to be, you know, whoever, blah, blah, blah. And then, of course, it turns out to be Pat, and then it just completely derails the story. And, I mean, I don't know where you was with it, but for me personally, I could have happily turned WrestleMania off and just completely missed this. I just had no interest in it whatsoever. Me having to sit down and watch Randy versus Cody with Pat involved would be like someone making me sit down and watch Little House on the Prairie. I don't care about that show. I'm sure it's watchable, but I have no interest in it. And that was exactly the same with the Night 1 main event. I'm sure it'll be watchable and it may have moments, but I have no interest in it. And if I turned WrestleMania off right now, I wouldn't lose a second of sleep. I would wake up wondering what had happened. I might wake up and go, did The Rock show up? You know, who won? What's the situation? But after 5 seconds of just reading about what had happened, I'd be quite satisfied and ready for night 2. And that's where I was. So, did they do Drew wrong? Yeah, I do think people misunderstood what that was, though. And I think it would have been better to have just done Jacob, Drew, Randy, Cody, Fatal 4-Way. Loads of people are trying to get their hands on this championship. make it so that Drew had been interfering in Cody. You know, he'd stopped Cody winning the Rumble. He'd stopped Cody winning the Chamber. Drew was a thorn in Cody's side. I don't think it would have been unfair for Drew to have gone in as champion and for Nick Aldis to have said, you seem to not be able to let Cody go, right? You seemingly want to get involved in Cody's life all the time. Well, I can help you out. Because not only are you going to have to defend against Randy, who won the Chamber, but because you keep interfering in Cody's life, he's now going to interfere in yours. So at WrestleMania, it's a triple threat, right? So you could have done Cody, Randy, Drew, triple threat. Forget the Pat stuff. We didn't need it. Triple threat match. And I think it would have made sense because Drew constantly kept getting involved in Cody's life. Randy would have been in there. I would have complained at the time about, you know, this isn't the feud I wanted. I wanted Randy Cody. I want to dig into legacy. But we didn't do that anyway. So, do you know what I mean? I would have had that as a criticism, like, oh, I'd much rather this is Cody Randy as a singles match. And I got to tell you, when Randy turns on Cody and beats him up, I am quite excited at that point. Me personally, I'm like, yeah, let's go. This is the feud I want. Now we can dig into the history between these two. But we don't. It becomes the Pat McAfee show. And what we end up with is something I really do not care about. So, in retrospect, I would say, yes, I would have much rather done a triple threat or found a way of getting to a fatal four-way and chucking Jacob in as well. I would have much rather have done that than certainly what we ended up doing. And I don't even think that, like, the Jacob Drew story was that great. I mean, they fell off a platform and you couldn't see anything. There was, you know, obviously a crash mat or something that was there. I didn't even think it looked that great, that spot. I mean, that to me is nowhere near the level of like Cody being whipped in the rain, you know? If that was meant to be this year's equivalent of like a big outside segment, you might not even remember it. But they were fighting on some platform next door on some building and they both fall off. But the fence kind of hides what they fall onto. And you can't really see a great deal. I didn't think it looked good. I wasn't that blown away by that moment. And I wasn't really blown away by their match. I think it was okay, but I, didn't need it. You could have done the fatal four-way in the main event of night one, got the Pat stuff out of it, probably would have given you another spot on the card for a different match. You could have got another couple of people on instead. So, did they do Drew dirty? Well, hopefully we've kind of gone through in detail there. My understanding of kind of what they tried to do, why it failed, what I would have done, and, that's kind of the complete picture, if you will. But, yeah, I think he should have walked in. I think he earned the right to walk into WrestleMania as champion. I think that he won that belt on, was it January 6th? Carried it. People liked him. Maybe they shouldn't have, but that was WWE's fault. And I think he earned the right to walk into WrestleMania, carrying that belt, being the champion, being on the posters. I don't think he would have left with it. I think Cody might have left with the belt. Cody might have picked up the victory. But I think, yeah, he absolutely could have gone in as champion, probably should have gone in as champion. So I think they probably did do him dirty in the end. I've tweeted you an article about the emails, said NetForce. Janelle was denying them, but they show what the emails say. NetForce, thank you. I'll have a look at those. Adam said they had a monstrous anti-hero heel in Randy for a second when he turned on Cody. You could feel it, said Adam. Well, I love that moment. I mean, for me, the question at that point is, how are they going to book this going forward that really works? How are they going to get the dynamic of this right? And, they completely botched it. Of course they did. I do feel sorry for Triple H, though, because I think that, it was botched, but it wasn't really his fault. This was TKO trying to shoehorn Pat McAfee into the situation, trying to shoehorn that in. So, yeah, interesting. Do we think storylines need to get better going forward, said Dean? I think that we can be a little bit harsh on storylines. I think that we're seeing improvement right now, actually. I really like the Sammy Cody stuff. I think that's quite interesting, and I think the slow burn there has been good, because I don't know quite where we're going, but obviously we're going to build on that tonight. But I think it's an interesting story, because Sammy is someone that is trying to really work out his relationship with the fans. He's in a very interesting place, and I think rather than hide from it or worry about it, we've sort of embraced it, where Sammy is really sort of conflicted, and it's very interesting. Sammy's getting lots of boos, but Sammy keeps saying, what have I done to deserve this? And the truth is, what he's done to deserve it is he beat Carmelo for a title. Well, Sammy should be allowed to win matches. The truth is that the fans were just a bit bored, and there was someone that was exciting them. Carmelo was a very popular champion. SmackDown had been rubbish. I mean, it's been a rubbish show, but the one highlight was Carmelo and his open challenges. And Sammy sort of took that away by beating Carmelo. And it also meant Carmelo then didn't feature at WrestleMania, which is unbelievable when you think about the fact that, very similar to Drew, how we just said that Drew probably earned the right to walk into Mania as champion. There ain't no way that Carmelo didn't earn the right to walk into WrestleMania as champion, considering he was probably the best thing on SmackDown. It's the booking, the bad booking, the bad creative that has resulted in Sammy getting the reactions he gets. It's not really Sammy's fault. What did Sammy do? He won a match. I mean, what I would say about Sammy is people are obviously saying that he's gone stale and he's not good connecting and all that stuff. I'll tell you what I see with Sammy. I see someone that's very passionate, cuts passionate promos. I see someone that works hard. I see someone that cares. I see someone that tries to put on good matches. And I see someone that's been really doing that now for 10, 11 years. I mean, I'm a ride or die Sammy fan, because I don't really see where he has gone wrong. I can't say that if I was in his shoes, I would do anything really different. I just think that creative have put him in some bad spots, and he's paying the price. And so anyway, he's got this very interesting reaction now from the fans where they've turned on him. And so he now is kind of exploring that. He's talking about his ride or die fans, and he's not helping out Cody. But then he's coming back and saying, well, you capitalized on me. I tried to help you against Gunther, and this is how you treated me. So, yeah, I let him choke you out to send you a message, Cody. To send you a message that, I'm not always going to be there for you if you're going to treat me this way. And, fans are going to, make their own minds up about whether Sammy was right or if he was wrong. Has he got a point or not? And I think this story is quite interesting. I'm quite looking forward to finding out the next chapter in it tonight. So, I mean, I must give them credit there. And I must give them credit with Jacob as well. I know people are down on Bloodline. Don't want to go back to Bloodline again. I do understand. But I do think this is a chapter in the Bloodline story that kind of fits alongside any of the other chapters. This is like basically, think about Harry Potter and how popular the Harry Potter series is. Imagine if J.K. Rowling just comes out tomorrow with a brand new Harry Potter book, right? And it's a new chapter, and it's good. It's good. It can sit alongside the others. There's going to be people out there that are like, nah, I'm done with Harry Potter. I read them all. That was my childhood. I don't need to go back to it. But you'd have a lot of other people going, no, it's good, actually. This new book, it does fit in and it works. That's how I feel about this Bloodline story. I totally get why people are like, I've done this. We did this for years. I don't need any more. But for me, I'm looking at this as a new book, a new chapter, and a chapter that I think really does sit alongside the old stuff. I mean, Jacob being forced to join Bloodline because he lost Tribal Combat, and the way that he's reacting with the Usos and the relationship with Roman, and that segment where he had to acknowledge Roman. I mean, that's a great segment. And he gets down on his knee and he's like, I acknowledge you and all this. And you just don't know what's going to happen. I mean, he's ready to go off on Jay. So anything can happen with Jacob and Jay. Jacob's making it very clear, I acknowledged Roman, I didn't acknowledge you two. So we've got a bit of dissension. It seems like there's a war that's coming, which, I don't know, I'm not crazy about the war with the MFTs, but I do think this MFT group looks better because it looks like they're going to get Royce keys. Tala is obviously got good size. Tama is someone they've invested in. Solo is a bit more comfortable being leader than he was, a year or so ago. So I think the chapter that we've got now, it's not the greatest part of the Bloodline story ever, but I think it's quite strong and I think it's quite credible. And I'm kind of into, watching on Monday to see where we go with it next. I certainly think it's a hell of a lot better than the Vision. I mean, do you remember last year it was the Vision that were like opening the show and kind of popping up at the end, and we were getting backstage segments. I mean, I will take Roman, Jacob, Usos, and that story over last year with the Vision. This feels like a big upgrade to me on the Vision stuff. What people want, I think, perfectly in an ideal world is a brand new story that works, something completely new that just satisfies. I think the truth is WWE can't find it. I don't think they're good enough to do it at the moment. And so, in case of emergency, break glass. And that's what we've done. In case of emergency, break glass, we go back to the Bloodline. I'm okay with it because I think it's a good new chapter, and I think what we're doing at the moment is quite interesting. So I'm okay with it. I think Rhea being champion, yeah. I mean, look, again, in case of emergency, go back to your biggest female star. I'm okay with it. I think it's better than Jade being champion. I think a Rhea JC match I would be hyped for if we get it. Again, not a big fan of people getting to belts quickly. But I'll take Rhea JC because it's a match I would like to see, actually. I don't need JC winning. I'm okay if Rhea gets the win. But again, JC's a heel. I probably don't need to like it or root for her picking up the victory like I should a Sol Ruca. Sol Ruca's story, I'm not crazy about. I didn't enjoy that. I still need her to be putting some banger matches together to really win me over. I think I would really like Sol Ruca to do some backstage segments that just make her come across as likable. I want her like backstage to kind of go up to some girls that are struggling or something and give them some words of encouragement and be just be nice. I think I need that from Sol Ruca. She was in a friendship in NXT with Zarya, and I didn't think that friendship brought out the best in Sol. I didn't think it presented Sol in the best of lights. So for me, I think if she can just put on some great matches and just, look good, and we're like, yeah, that was fun, yeah. And then backstage, she's going up to girls, arm around the shoulder, everything okay? And she's coming across as likable. That's fine. She is, she's going to be fine. But I do need that work with her because I have not enjoyed her story on the main roster so far. So that's a bit of a negative. But I like what we're doing with Bloodline. I don't mind it. I like what we're doing with Cody and Sammy. I don't mind it. Gunther with the stipulation will be good. Setting up for a match next week. Don't know that that'll be it, because there's every chance this leads to Night of Champions, of course, or even leads to SummerSlam. So I don't know where this story's going, but again, I'm interested. It's not like I don't care about it. So I would say, like, should the stories get better? Well, I think I can point to a few at the moment where I'm kind of like, Tiffany I'm not bothered about. Penta, I think, is doing a good job as Intercontinental champ. He's not really involved so much in a story, but I do kind of enjoy his matches. I think, we were talking about long runs and how they can bring credibility. I actually think this is the best the Intercontinental Championship has felt in a long time. Penta's had the belt a little while now. He's defending it in, AAA and on Raw and Saturday night's main event. And, he's having good matches consistently. I'm not looking to move away from Penta. I'm really enjoying it. So it's not much of a story, but the run is good. Don't really care about Tiffany being champion on the other sides. Trick with the belt is okay. But yeah, his whole thing with Sammy recently, I was not enjoying. Gingerbread Man was not it for me. I think that's easy to criticize. They tried some. We can't have a go at Triple H and say that he's like really safe and boring and, everything is just so clean and, predictable. And then criticize him when he does like the Gingerbread Man thing. Might not be what we were looking for, but it certainly was not safe and predictable. So I got to say, whatever. That's why it didn't bother me. I was not a big fan of it. But, well, at least he tried something, At least he tried something. So, yeah, I don't think it's as easy as should the stories get better. I feel if you say that to people, the answer's organically going to be yes. People are just automatically going to say yes because stories can always be better, But actually, I think a more nuanced answer is I think they have got better. And I think that where we are right now is a better place than in 2025. I would actually say that this is probably the best place we've been since early 2026. Early 2026, if you look at the show scores, we were in an all right place. Like in January, we were seeing green shoots. And, for me, it all fell apart as we kind of headed towards WrestleMania. I think they got the WrestleMania build completely wrong. But I think we're starting to see some green shoots again. So hopefully that's a bit of a detailed response for you there, buds. Challenger Dark, hello, my friends. Shout out to you. Said Daze, sorry if you've already spoke about this. No, it's fine. What do we think about England at the World Cup? I'm going to have to miss SmackDown tonight because I'm watching the US match. I understand. Challenger Dark, shout out to you, my friend. I'm not going to talk about the World Cup too much. Obviously, we're a wrestling watch-along, and I know that not everyone cares. I am very excited as an England fan because you hear a lot of people say that England are very... what's the word I'm looking for? Not confident, but, they kind of believe in themselves a bit too much. They believe they're going to win the tournament every year and all of that. As an lifelong England fan, I can tell you that just does not ring true for me. It's not what I see. I see a lot of people hoping. I see a lot of people dreaming and, really England football fans want England to win the World Cup more than anything else in life. I mean, I can only compare it to what Knicks fans must be going through right now, right? If England win the World Cup, this little country of ours is going to lose its flipping mind, right? It's just going to be like the purge because we've won, football is our national game, just like how the NFL is in America. And we've won the World Cup once back in 1966. I mean, most people weren't born then. Now, most people, don't remember it. We obviously have, this is our national sport. It's the only major trophy our country has won. And we've tried lots of different managers, and obviously we've had loads of different squads. We go into this World Cup as one of the favourites. I think genuinely from front to back, we're pretty good. Our starting 11 is good. Our starting 11, I'm quite happy to put on the pitch against anyone. Argentina, Portugal, Brazil. I think you can put England's starting 11 out there. And I think we can go toe-to-toe. We might go 1-0 behind or whatever, but I would back us to, get to 1-1. And I think we can fight against anyone. The problem is, there's a couple of positions that if someone gets an injury, the replacements are not as good. And I think this is where England might struggle, because I think that we've got some good players we can bring off the bench, but I don't know that I could say they're necessarily game changers. If England find themselves 2-0 down and we've got to change and bring some people off the bench, I can't say I've got the confidence that we've got the players we can bring on that can make it 2-2. So that, to me, is going to be England's downfall. England are going to have to fight, and they're going to have to fight hard and well. They're going to have to stay in games. And, you know, if they go behind, hopefully only one behind. I just struggle to see England coming back from being 2-0 down or something like that. So I think England have got a good chance. They'll get out the group. Next round, I think it looks like it's a third place team, so they should do that. Then the streets are saying it looks like it's going to be Mexico in Mexico. That'll be the round of 16, would be against Mexico in Mexico. After watching Mexico last night, I would quite fancy England to get the win. I didn't think Mexico looked very good at all. I think England could edge that. But then in the next rounds, because I've done the projections, it looks like it's going to be Brazil. And if you run the numbers, everything says it's 50-50 against Brazil. I think with the heats, Brazil probably just edge it. And so England could go out in the quarters. If we got past Brazil, semi-finals look like it's Portugal or Argentina. And I don't really fancy England against either of those. And then if we get past that, it would be the final, where it's sure to be France or Spain. And I don't really fancy England against either of those as well. So I fancy England to make it to that Brazil match in the quarterfinals. I could see a quarterfinal exit. I think there is a chance with Thomas Tuchel, our manager, that we do actually win that game. I think we could win that game. That would then see us go through to the semis, and I just can't put us past the semis. I can't see England getting past. So quarterfinals, semi-final. I think if we don't reach the quarters, it's been a failure. Got to get to the quarters at least. If we go out of the quarters, it'll be disappointing. If we go out the semis, I think I'd be like, it's hard to be down on reaching the final four, isn't it? It's kind of hard to be down at that. I would I take it? No, because dream big, hope that you can win it. But what I can tell you is I don't think I've seen really any English people predicting England to win in this. I think a lot of people have got different concerns for different reasons. So I think for me personally, I did my bracket. I had Spain winning. I had a Spain-Portugal final, and I had Spain winning. But it could be Portugal. I think there is something quite poetic about Messi and Argentina winning the last World Cup, and then Ronaldo and Portugal winning this World Cup. There is something very poetic about that. So I think they could make it to the final. Spain and Portugal are right next to each other as well. It would be like USA playing Canada or England playing Scotland. You've got Portugal and Spain. They are obviously got a massive land border, so they know each other very well. I think both of them getting to the final would be a fantastic final. I think Spain would edge it, but Portugal would have a great chance. They got a great squad. England's, as I said, quarterfinals or semi-finals. But yeah, I'm all over this World Cup. I flipping love it. So far, there's been 3 games, and on the FIFA website, you can predict scores. So far, I've got all 3 scores correct for the first 3 games. I said Mexico 2-0. I said Korea would win 2-1. I said that Canada-Bosnia would be a draw. I do have USA beating Paraguay. I think I had 2-1. I think it was 2-1 that I had. I think USA do beat Paraguay. So, yeah, obviously I know America is very much in NBA mode, which I totally understand because it's very exciting. But no, I mean, look, once the World Cup really gets to the knockout stage, once it gets past the group stage and it's just winner goes through, loser goes home, that's when the World Cup will really come to life. Group stage is fine at the moment. Just, you're getting a little taste, seeing how the teams are playing, who's doing well, who looks like they could be going quite far, who's struggling. That's kind of what we're looking at the moment. Who's going to get out the group, who's going home, are there any shocks? But really, the World Cup properly kicks off when we get into the knockout phase. So I think we're still a couple of weeks away from that. But yeah, wall-to-wall football, baby. I'm not down on it. Hannah says, hello. It is hot weather in Colombia. Who is the wrestler that WWE and fans did not give a chance to succeed, but you saw potential in? Shout out to you, says Hannah. Oh, do you know, I mean, I've got it wrong quite a few times, actually, over the years, where there's people that I kind of really like the look of and, it didn't work out. I don't know why, but I've always sort of liked that kind of Eastern European, I think about Kozlov. They presented him to be a problem. He was presented at first like he was going to be a wrecking ball. I suppose in a way I've got that Dolph Lundgren kind of rocky vision of Eastern Europe, that kind of Russian or ex-Soviet Union type Ukrainian destroyer, that's just built like a tank. And so I think about like Kozlov. I was quite excited for him when he was around, and I thought he could do something, and just never kind of panned out. Same with Ludwig Borger. Ludwig Borger in the 90s, he was Finnish, I believe. So not quite like Soviet, but he was from Finland, and he had the look. I mean, he wasn't as big as Brock. But I mean, you could tell me that was Brock's brother, and I'd agree. I'd be like, oh yeah, I can see that, because he had the singlet, he had a good size to him, he kind of looked a bit of a meathead, and I mean, he turned out to be an awful person. I think he had a swastika tattoo on him. Dark Side of the Ring revealed. He also went to MMA. And actually competed in MMA, much like Brock did. I mean, he was a fighting machine. And I think that really aided, in my mind, the legitimacy of him. Like, you saw him come out and you saw a problem. I saw a problem. I saw someone that's like, oh my God, he's going to kill everyone, But again, I think that there was lots that was going on behind the scenes. I don't know if someone spotted the tattoo, and that also led to his downfall. I think I heard in Dark Side of the Ring that is what happened, which I didn't even know about. I didn't even know that was what had happened. So, yeah, he was someone. So anyone like that kind of comes in and has that sort of credible look, that sort of, they're going to ruin everyone, I mean, I like Chris Masters. I thought he looked the part as well. I mean, he had a great look. But again, I didn't really, to be honest with you, think about wrestling quite the same way that I do now. As you kind of watch wrestling and grow up and talk to more people, you start to get like different perspectives. So, when I was younger, I'd put a lot in the look. How someone looked meant the most to me. But to be honest, I'm not down on that, because wrestling back in the day was not so much about in-ring. When I was growing up watching wrestling in the 90s and the early 2000s, I wasn't scoring matches. I wasn't. It was about who won. It wasn't about how good are they in the ring and how good are they on. A promo just got you to a match, and a match just decided who won and who was going to, be a champ. When I was young, I was not looking at match quality going, oh no, they haven't got it. That's not good enough. Or I wasn't listening to promos going, oh, they'll never make it. That promo is not strong enough. That's not going to sell tickets. I mean, that is just not how I thought about wrestling. It's how I think about it now, because we know so much more about it now, but it's so hard to compare kind of the knowledge that we as viewers have now compared to the knowledge we had before. I mean, I just didn't think about wrestling that same way. So I can't really say that back in the day there was an amazing promo or an amazing in-ring performer that I thought was going to, because I didn't really think about wrestling that way. I don't think many people did. Promos just got you towards the matches. It just got across what the issues were. And the matches were really just, here we go, who's going to get the win? They don't like each other. Who's going to pick up the victory? But actually judging match quality and all of that, just never. This is why I loved WrestleMania 9. When I was a kid, I loved WrestleMania 9. And I was shocked in later life to find out people hated it. And I was like, how can you hate WrestleMania 9? It had Shawn, it had Hogan. Hogan wins the belt. I didn't see that coming. I didn't expect Hogan to come out at the end. Yokozuna cheats and he beats Bret. And then Bret's blinded and Bret says to Hogan, go and get the belt. Hogan gets in. We get this championship match we didn't expect. Again, I've told this story before, but I went to bed not knowing, is Yoko going to be the champ? Is Bret going to be the champ? By the time I got the videotape, like a week or so later, and I watched it, the end result is Hogan is the champ. And you're like, what? How did that happen? And it was magical. It was like, this is mental. Hogan's the champion again. How? I mean, the truth is, the more that you know behind the scenes, the more it can actually ruin stuff. I think a lot of people are down on it because people now watch wrestling and they judge the matches. So for them, there's no great matches. So as a result, it's not a good Mania. But as a kid, I did not watch WrestleMania 9 judging the match quality. To me, it was who's going to win this match. And you root for your favorites. And so the match quality did not matter. And also people judge WrestleMania 9 because, well, Hogan screwed Bret. Hogan was meant to win the belt and then put Bret over later in the year, and he didn't. And so this is Hogan politicking his way to the championship. As a kid watching WrestleMania 9, I didn't think about that, right? Instead, I'm like, So again, like the more we find out about the behind the scenes and the more we find out about how dirty it can be, I think the more it takes away on it. I mean, again, I used to love the Warrior, loved the Warrior. And then you find out about how bad of a person he was. And it kind of does take a little something away, doesn't it? How can it not? When you find out this person that you idolized was, just not a good person. And some of the views that he had as well. Again, another example of where, as I've got older and I've found out more, I don't know that it's necessarily been a good thing. So when it comes to like looking at people and thinking they're going to go on to be big stars, that has changed over the years as I've my relationship with wrestling has changed. But if I was to throw a couple of names out, I would be talking a bit about Kozlov and I'd be talking a bit about Ludwig Borger and people like that. Because those were legit. When they came out, you kind of went, oh, this person looks like they're a badass. But for one reason or another, never panned out. Hello, TJF. Hope you're well. Jacob coming in and had the look and the aura to beat everyone. But the aura has been killed by Roman Hogan, said TJF. Well, I don't know that it's been killed. I mean, what I would say is that, Jacob is in a place right now where he's being held back. And this might ultimately prove to be a good thing because I spoke earlier about how life is quite hard. And it's hard, I'm sure, for many of you. It's, not been easy for me. I don't think life is really that easy for anyone, or at least I don't think it is. And so I like to see that reflected on screen. And I think for Jacob, he is a bad man. He has got fan support. He has gone after Roman to get the belt. Could you have put the belt on Jacob? Yes. But instead, he's had a real setback. He's had a big obstacle. And to be honest with you, it just makes me like Jacob even more. I don't know how anyone else felt when Jacob went down to his knee and had to acknowledge Roman, but I felt serious sympathy for Jacob. I felt serious sympathy. I was like, oh, this is hard. I mean, respect to Jacob for even showing up on that Raw because, and that speech he gave as well about I've been taking L's my entire life, This L ain't going to break me. I mean, you kind of feel that as a fan. You kind of go, yeah, man, I really do understand that. I've been taking L's my whole life, but they ain't going to keep me down. And I don't know. I think there's two ways to look at it. You can sort of look at it as like, oh, Roman wins again, Jacob's buried. Or you can look at it as like Jacob's had a serious setback. In front of the world, he kind of got humbled, but it wasn't a humbling that embarrassed him. It was actually a humbling that I viewed as being... I had sympathy for him. I really did. I mean, I am rooting for Jacob maybe more than ever right now. I mean, whatever... I can't comment on where we're going, but what I can say is there's still a big spotlight on him. He's in the bloodline. He's probably going to rebel against Jay, or, you know, something's going to go down. I think once whatever plays out, the fans are going to be right behind Jacob. I can see him winning a world title. And I think when he does, it'll be even sweeter. So, yeah, you could have pulled the trigger and given him the belt just. But equally, I think we're telling a story. And I think when he gets there, it's going to be just as sweet, if not even sweeter. And I wouldn't necessarily view it as a burial. I think it's just, we've got Roman's delivering numbers that no one else can deliver at the moment, and we're milking that. But can we still do something interesting with Jacob? I think we are. I mean, look, I will change my tune if once this plays out, Jacob is not champ, and, you know, we miss the boat and all of that stuff. I'll change my tune then, right? But as of right now, I've got big sympathy for Jacob. I want to see him win a world title. And I don't quite know where this bloodline story is going, but I'm interested. Hello, James. Hope you're well. Roman isn't losing the title until Mania, says Robbie. Jacob isn't going to win a world title soon, said Jojo. No, I'm not expecting him to win it soon, but I don't expect his career to end soon. You know, I'm okay with Jacob having to wait to get to a world title. Again, as we said earlier, for me personally, I view it as a mountaintop. I view it that you should have setbacks as you try to get to that belt. I think it makes it more satisfying when you get there. But yeah, I'm okay with it at the moment. I think, like, let's see if he gets there, when he gets there. It's a little bit like Cody at WrestleMania 39. At the time, there was a lot of people down on the fact Cody hadn't won at 39, and it felt like a mistake. But I think a lot of people in retrospect now would say that it was better that he lost at 39 because it made 40 sweeter. And there is a chance that people will kind of come to that mindset with Jacob. It's better that he didn't win against Roman in tribal combat, because when he did get there, it just meant that little bit more. But again, without knowing where we're actually going, without knowing that he is going to get there, it does make for it to be a little bit of a difficult conversation at the moment, because we're, you know, obviously having to guess as to what the future looks like. But let's see how it plays out. I am with Jacob. I'm definitely rooting for him as we move forwards. Okay, we've got 4 minutes. Rapture said it looks like my prediction of LA Knight fighting Roman at SummerSlam might come true. I could only see Knight, Ober, Finn, or Jay winning. Who's your pick, said Rapturous? Well, my pick was going to be Seth. I am now wondering about Ober because, you know, Ober Roman is a massive match, and it feels like WWE are trying to really kind of get that connection with the audience again. I think that we've seen some big improvement on Raw. The card for Clash in Italy was stacked. Last week's SmackDown was better. I think tonight will be fine as well, actually. I don't know that tonight's going to be amazing, but I do think tonight will be fine. And yeah, I could see them just panicking, actually, and pulling the trigger and going Roman Ober. So I think Ober's got a great chance. He has to have a great chance. But yeah, LA Knight is absolutely there. They've been teasing stuff between LA Knight and Roman. So, I mean, that could absolutely all be because we've got plans to do that match at SummerSlam. So, I think that he's in the mix. Ober's in the mix. I don't think it's going to be Dominic, and I don't think it's going to be Javon. So, what I would say is, whoever wins this match tonight, I think they are going to be kind of joint favourite to win the whole thing with Ober, because I don't think it's Javon, and I don't think it's Dominic Mysterio. I think it's going to be... Although I did see someone online say, are they going to have Liv and Dom both win and then they can run around claiming to be king and queen? Which, I like that bit. I'm not crazy about Dominic being a challenger for a title at SummerSlam because I don't think we've built him up big enough. He doesn't feel kind of worthy of facing Cody or Roman for a title. Like, that just doesn't feel quite right. He's been sat on the sidelines for so long. I think if King and Queen of the Ring was literally just you won the crown, then I could see why you would do Dominic Liv winning it, because I think that's a good visual of them being King and Queen. But I think if you add in the fact the prize is you go for a title at SummerSlam, I really can't make an argument that Dominic challenging for a title at SummerSlam is good booking. So I'm not sure I'm sold on it. For me, I don't see Dominic winning. But I did get what someone was saying there. I would give credit. I can't remember who said it. It's just some account on X. Dominic and Liv have been together since SummerSlam 2024, says Connor. Chris said, I agree. I'm not a fan of anyone anymore, but just wrestling. I am rooting for Jacob, though, to win that title down the line. TJF said, I think it's going to be Judgment Day, ex or current King of the Ring, like maybe Dom or Balor, Raquel or Liv. Okay. Balor, I think there's a chance. Yeah. I think there's a chance for Balor. As I said, I'm not sold on Dom. But Balor, I think there's a chance. LA Knight, I think there's a chance. Ober, I think there's a chance. It'll be very, very interesting to see who gets the win tonight. In fact, we should do a poll, shouldn't we? Of seeing who wins. Who wins? I think the men's one's a bit more interesting than the women's to me, but I suppose the women's is still quite interesting. I think the winner faces Liv, don't they? So tonight it is LA Knight, it's Jay, it's Finn Balor, and who's the other person in the match? I can't remember. Royce Keys. Feels a bit quick for Royce. Yeah, I don't think it's Royce. Jay. I think Jay and Royce could get in each other's way, which then heads towards Bloodline MFTs. They could take each other out, which just means it comes down to Balor and LA Knight. Yeah, I think this could be between Balor and LA Knight who gets this. And whoever wins it, I would have as like joint favourite with Ober. I can really honestly see Ober getting to the final, facing LA Knight or Balor. Brock gets involved. That means Ober loses. That then means that at SummerSlam, it is Ober, Brock, and it is then Balor or LA Knight against the champion. Yeah. Okay. It was a bit. Hey. Connor said, what do we think about Zilla news, by the way? What do we think happens when Zilla arrives? Well, I think, for me personally, I'd put him in NXT. I think people have long ago got carried away with Zilla. You know, I've been hearing about Zilla coming in for years, and he never has. So I think there's been people getting more... To be honest, Zilla's very good online of like teasing that he's going to be showing up and stuff like this, and people keep biting and they keep believing it, and that's fine. I mean, Zilla's doing what Zilla should do, but for me, yeah, long ago we said I don't think he's ready. I don't think he's ready. And recently we've said, I don't know if he's ready. I haven't heard much about him. I know he went back to reality wrestling a little while ago. I kind of feel a bit more confident about where he is now. But yeah, I mean, we're talking about someone that's not like a major promotion. He's still in the indies. And normally, if you used to forget that he's part of the NOA family, if you was just to bring him in, if he was just not part of that family, if you was to bring him in out of the indies, he would go to Evolve. He would go to Evolve and he would go to NXT. Look at Lizzie Rain. Look at Will Cruz. These are people that have come from the indie scene and they've gone into NXT and they've gone into Evolve. Zilla, yes, I understand, is a bit different because he's part of the Anoa'i family, but I don't think that necessarily should fast track you straight to the main roster. I think it's a lot better for him to go to developmental and put the work in, just like Solo did. Solo Sikoa was in NXT. Lance Anoa'i was in NXT. I think you want someone that, you know, when the bell sounds, they're ready, they look good. When they've got a microphone in their hands, they can cut a great promo. I think it helps him to go to NXT. So I can't say that he's coming straight to the main roster. I really can't. But they could do. They could fast track him. Okay, Cody has arrived. Gunther has assured me that we're going to find out tonight, says Nick, about the stipulation. Let's have a good SmackDown, says Cody. Cody bumps into Jimmy and Jay. Okay, fist bumps. Fist bumps. It's quite serious, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Jay says he's coming after the belt at SummerSlam. Just business. Okay, that's nice. If anyone deserves to chase this, it's you. And I hope that's your decision and not Roman's. There's LA Knight. So, big fatal four-way match coming up tonight. Jay, LA Knight, Royce Keys, Finn Balor. There is Royce signing some autographs. Finn Balor. It's looking very blue, doesn't it? Looks like he's just been born. You know when you have a baby boy and you wrap them all in blue? Getting those vibes. Baby Balor. Baby boy Balor. Okay, we've got Joe back. We got Wade. That's our commentary team for tonight. Oh. Okay. Rhea with a knee injury. Yep. Okay, so looks like there's a few issues with Rhea and a knee injury. So there's no word that she's going to be out for like an extended period or anything, but yeah, it looks like there's a few concerns around a knee injury there for Rhea. But just looking back at last Friday, this feels like ages ago to me. I don't know why. It really feels like a long, long time ago. This was last week. And of course, last week we were doing 2 streams as well, weren't we, last week? Here's Jade's, B-Fab, Meechin. Looks like we're going to start with Queen of the Ring. I've built a career from pressure. That's true. I won it once. I can win it twice. Okay, so we're seeing BFAB, we're seeing Meechin, we're seeing Jades. They're all being interviewed backstage as Charlotte makes her way. Right, here we go. This could be good. Who is winning this match? Who is going on to face... I think it's Liv, isn't it, in the next round? Charlotte versus Jade versus Soul. Doesn't need to be Soul. She's running around with an Intercontinental Championship. She doesn't need this. Lyra. Okay. Jade has got the best gear, said Jose. I was having trouble finding SmackDown with my VPN, said Spawny Boy. Oh, really, buds? Well, hopefully you found it now. Obviously, the USA are going to be kicking off very, very soon in about 50-odd minutes' time. That's sure to have an effect on ratings. Okay, Charlotte making her way out. Right. Yeah, Soul's not winning. Jade and Charlotte should just cancel each other out, said Jojo. Sally said, this is a different look for Charlotte. Not bright colours. Hopefully, Lyra and Soul are going to win this, or one of them, said Wrestling Fan. Hello, Wrestler Andy. Said, do we miss the shows having intros? There's now none for Raw or SmackDown. I'm not fussed, to be honest. It doesn't really make a big difference. I understand that they're quite iconic and they can get you hyped, but when you see them week in, week out, they sort of lose their... I think you could probably do an intro once in a while. Do you know what I mean? But I'm okay with us just getting straight to stuff, to be honest. Every second matters, doesn't it? So, but you could probably have an intro that you play like once a month. Just on the first week of every month, you do the intro. That'd be all right. I'd be down for that. But I wouldn't need to see it every week. It'd be like watching Jay's entrance. You know, you just get comes background noise. Shining Wizard said, why have we got a Queen tournament, but we just call Charlotte the Queen? It's quite disrespectful. It's the same. We did that before, though, didn't we? We had Kings and we had Jerry the King Lawler and everything. So, you know, kings and queens have kind of been part of people's gimmicks. And to be honest, we keep going through these periods where we don't do these tournaments. So, I suppose it always allows Charlotte to keep going on about how she's the only real queen and all that kind of stuff. If she's a heel. If she's a babyface. She probably just doesn't mention it. Here's Lyra. She's wearing something different. Is that a new jacket for Lyra? I did see some footage of Seth, I think, going over, looking at one of the crowns, just sort of staring at it like, yeah, this is going to be mine. And then someone pointed out that it was actually the women's crown he was looking at. He wasn't even looking at the men's crown. He was admiring the women's crown. Both of them are nice, though, to be honest. Robbie said, will that cowards, Triple H... do the right thing next week and let Gunther win? Or will he be safe and boring and thereby just waste the John and AJ retirement? Well, I don't know about next week because I think there is a way where, you know, Gunther cannot win next week and it's still fine because you could make the argument that it should be Gunther's crowning moment at a SummerSlam or a bigger platform. So you might end up getting shenanigans or something next week, but then it takes us to Night of Champions or it takes us to SummerSlam. I don't know that next week they'll try and make out that it's the be-all and end-all, but I don't know that it is. I don't know if it is. I won't be shocked if there's shenanigans next week. But it could also be Gunther's crowning moment. We did see the title change, didn't we, on a SmackDown. Drew winning it in a 3 stages of hell match. That just went down on a SmackDown. So it is unusual that they're doing it on a SmackDown. But I think they do need ratings as well. You know, we're seeing some numbers at the moment that aren't that great coming out of WWE ratings-wise. So, I'm not saying this is a desperation move, but it could be that they feel they need to give things a little boost. Jade making her way down to the ring. LA Knight deserves so much love. I'm getting peeved about it, said Chris. Lyra's wings have been cut, said Flame Fist. If Liv wins Queen of the Ring, it sets up Rhea Liv SummerSlam match, said Mr. Cardinal. It would, yeah. Sally said Lyra's gear is different too, and I like it. I think Soul needs to change her gear. Ronnie said, I met R-Truth earlier today at the arena. Oh. Thoughts on John trying to go back on his word by coming back at Mania 43? His socks said never give up. I haven't heard about that, to be honest. I haven't heard that he's trying to come back. I would be surprised if he was trying to come back. I could understand if they've offered him an absolute boatload of money, but I can't say I've heard any words about him coming back to wrestling. Right now, we've got a suplex there by Jade. Kip up there by Jade. Lyra in the corner, crossbody getting caught. And there's a throw there by Jade. Lyra going across the ring into Soul. This match should be good, man. These first round Fatal 4-Ways have been really fun, and there's no reason to believe this is going to be any different. Right now, duck underneath there by Chop coming in by Charlotte. Chopping away. And again. Charlotte in there with Jades. Looking for a German. Getting a German. Kip up there by Charlotte. Oh, let's go. B-words. Charlotte coming over. Grabbing Jades. Right, we've got B-Fab on the outside, grabbing a leg. Referee is seeing this. Surely they've got to be chucked away. Well, I suppose you can't, can you? Can the referee still throw them out? I suppose it's a no DQ, isn't it? Here comes Alexa. Fatal 4-Way rules. Alexa coming down. Suppose the problem you've got is if you throw them from ringside, there's absolutely nothing stopping them coming back because it's just no DQ. Oh my God, now we've got Tiffy time coming down. We've had Alexa coming down. We've got Tiffany coming down. I am not a big fan of Tiffany kind of coming down to try and help Charlotte. Michin going into the crowd. We've got Alexa and Tiffany. They're both dealing with the baddies. That's just going to make this a bit of a fairer fight. Charlotte's up. Crossbody. Jade just stared at her there, which looked a bit silly. Yeah, I mean, do you know what? We've allowed SmackDown to book this Fatal 4-Way, and already it's not hitting the same notes as the other ones for me. Lots of outside interference. There was a crossbody there that took forever to execute. Not massively crazy about some of the spots so far, but now that we're just down to the competitors, this thing should be good. That was nice there by Lyra. She actually hip-tossed Soul and then kind of went straight into a pin, into a cover. Roll up there by Lyra. Kick coming in there by Soul. Lyra going for the pin there on Charlotte. Charlotte down. We're still with the action. I know that many of you have gone to commercial break. But we're still with the action on Netflix. Okay, kicks coming in there by Jades. Kicking away, stomping away. Working on Charlotte at the moment. So this is our opening match, as we said. Winner of this goes through to the semi-final. Roll up there by Soul going for the cover. Jade kicks out. Oh, clothesline there by Jade. Soul goes down to shoulder up there by Charlotte. Jade grabbing Soul. Haven't seen Lyra in a hot minute. It's just these three in the ring right now, as there's a back elbow there by Jade. Soul goes down. Charlotte getting back into the ring. Charlotte trying to roll up Jade's. Just trying to steal it, but no joy. Clothesline there by Jade as Charlotte goes down. Crowd's noticeably quiet compared to, obviously, when we were in Europe. So, crowd's quite quiet here as Charlotte goes to the outsides. Jade grabbing Soul. Soul going into the corner. Jade looking to charge over. She collides into Soul. She grabs Soul looking for a suplex. Gets it. Going for a cover to Soul. Kicks out. Charlotte on the outside. Lyra on the outside. Wade said he likes these rapid pins. You've got to try and maximize your opportunity. 50-odd seconds till we're back from commercial break. Jade in there with Soul at the moment. Charlotte getting back in. Charlotte getting in the ring. She's in the corner. Charges over to Jade. Duck underneath. Oh my God. These two look like they're working in slow-mo. You could hear Charlotte there actually giving some instructions to Jade. Yeah, some of the action. Charlotte just looking really off in this match at the moment. I like Charlotte. I think she's a really good wrestler, but there's some happy feet on display here. There's a bit of like jittering. There's a little bit of like the chemistry is just not there. Okay, we're coming back from commercial break. There was a few clunky moments during the commercial break. Hopefully, we've got them out the system. We've got Jade in the ring. Roll up there by Soul. 1, 2. No joy. Jade is up. Kick to the midsection there by Soul. Elbow to the back. Duck underneath. Uppercut coming in there by Soul. Jade goes down to one knee. Chops coming in there by Soul. Soul going back against the ropes. No. Duck underneath. Middle rope. Cross body. Gets caught. She takes Jade down. Okay, I mean, it wasn't like the crispest of spots, but it didn't really matter. We still kind of ended up where we needed to get to. Lyra throws Soul out the ring. Clothesline by Lyra. Charlotte goes down. Lyra back in. Another clothesline. Lyra with Charlotte. Reverse Lyra against the ropes. Cartwheeling over. She also didn't quite stick the landing. But, okay. Kick coming in. Looking for a suplex. Nice. Fisherman suplex. Kick coming in there by Jade. She's got Lyra. Middle of the ring. Lyra up. Okay, reverse spike to that. Look good. I kind of like that from Lyra. Oh, natural selection. Lyra spikes Jade, and whilst Lyra's down, she goes, yeah. She kind of celebrated the fact she hit that move. Okay, this thing settling down now, getting to be the kind of match we were looking for. Still some sloppy spots in there, but top rope in Scooby there by Charlotte. Phoenix against Axiom tonight. Wow, that'll be good. Charlotte goes up over to the outside. I don't know why she screamed as she went up and over. She was like, ah! And she went to the corner and flipped over. She was like, ah! Soul, top rope. Grab Charlotte. Steps over. Lands on her feet. Soul goes into the corner. Step up in Zaguri. Lyra going up. Lyra looking out to the crowds. Jade is in. She's going to look to powerbomb Lyra. Lyra's going to look to Samoan drop. She's going to do a Samoan drop to Charlotte. It's so messy, isn't it? Look, everyone's trying to get to their position. You can see that they're like, it's not like... I don't feel like I'm watching people wrestling. I feel like I'm watching people trying to correctly execute moves. Spots that they've got pre-planned. Hang on, don't do it yet. I'm just trying to get her into position.
Yeah. Fans are, live crowd are enjoying it. They've got a "This is awesome" chant, but to me it just looks too contrived. It's not smooth. Shot coming in there by Jade. Duck underneath. Charlotte over the other side. Charlotte. Walk over clothesline. Soul is coming up. Okay, missile drop kick there by Soul. Soul with a missile drop kick. Soul kips up. Soul in the corner. Jade down. Charlotte on the outsides. Is she going to go for the Soul Snatcher? Jumps over. In the corner. Roll up there by Lyra. Kick out there by Soul. Knee to the midsection. Lyra in the corner, goes in the corner hard. Soul charging in. To the outside goes Soul. Forearm. That was a nice forearm. I think Lyra's done some good work here. I like that forearm. I like when she spiked Jade. Lyra to the outsides. She does like doing that a lot, actually, Lyra. Come on. Soul. That was good moonsault by Soul. Soul with a moonsault to the outside. Takes down everyone. Yeah, that was a good spot. Soul just seems a bit banged up. She's sort of selling a bit of a leg injury there momentarily. She grabs Lyra. Lyra goes in the ring. Soul is climbing up. Soul. Okay, nice splash. 1, 2. Kick out there by Lyra. Okay, a couple of good moves there by Soul. Moonsault to the outside looked good. Splash in the ring looked good. Springboard splash. That's going to take us to commercial break. Hello, Sydney. Shout out to you. Hope you're doing well, my friends. Hello, Sydney, throwing in a couple of super chats. Right now, we've got Charlotte in with Soul. Charlotte flipping Soul over. Empower Warren said there's really something wrong lately with the timing in women's matches. Whoever's producing them needs to step it up. I don't know if we can blame the producers, actually, because that spot in the corner, for example, which is Jade powerbombing Lyra whilst Lyra's got Charlotte in a Samoan drop move. The producer can say, do that spot, but it's the wrestlers that have got to get smoothly into it. And there was just a bit of like, I don't know, it's there is like, you see quite a bit of like them struggling to find the balance. There's quite a few occasions where they're just really uneasy at the moment. You can even see with Soul, whenever she's going for like an aerial move, she takes this deep breath where she's like, do you know what I mean? Like she really focuses on, here we go. Like it really does feel like it's become a thing. As if it's like, I don't know, there's like this nervousness. You can understand it from Soul because she's not been around. But it's just, I don't know, things just aren't very smooth. The chemistry is just not quite right. I don't know that that's the producers of the matches or if it's the performers. This is where there's been a lot of conversation about the lack of house shows and how there's a bit of potential ring rust or... You know, they're just not quite getting the execution quite right. I don't know. I don't know where you point the finger, but definitely there does appear to be something a little bit off. We're not talking loads, though. I mean, I really don't want to sit here and paint a picture that this is a dumpster fire. I don't think it is. I think it's fine. I just think there's some spots that aren't quite hitting. We're talking like, you know, that 5-10% difference between this being... mid-good, high-end good, going into great. And it is those things that do make that difference. You know, rather than watching a spot and going, oh, that was so good, oh my God, this is banging. You watch a spot and you go, well, that wasn't quite right. And it is a difference. There is a, you know, it does kind of take you out of it a touch. For me, this thing's fine. I mean, this is fine. It's a watchable match. I wouldn't say that it was bad, but I would say that there are definitely elements in here that have been a bit sloppy. But there's been a lot of hard work as well. And there's been some spots that have worked. If you look at Sol with a moonsault, you look at Lyra spiking that DDT, you look at Sol with the splash in the ring. Sol landing on her feet, taking the leg away there from Jade. Back elbow there by Sol. We should be about to come back from commercial break. Spinebuster there by Jade. Sol is down and Sol manages to get her shoulder up. So, shoulder up there by Sol. She is being dragged. She's down. Jade's going to the outsides. Looks like Sol keeps having a bit of trouble with her top. She's constantly, like, having to mess with it. Sol's down. Charlotte coming over, smashing into Jade's. Again, Sol having to mess with her top momentarily. Looks like we're going for some sort of spot here. You know, Sol is going up. Yeah, it's going to be a double superplex. So we got Charlotte on the one side, Sol on the other. And right now, looks like they're trying for a double superplex on Jade's. Oh, Jade's hair just momentarily came off. Jade's hair just came off. It looks like her hairpiece has become loose. Wow! There is a moment there with that superplex where you see her hair sort of move. She has to quickly grab it and put it back. And right now she's down on the ground. I don't think I've seen that happen to Jade, like her hairpiece come loose during the match. Boot coming into the sides of the head there. Jade is now completely out the way. Okay, I don't know what they've just done. I don't know how you sort of reapply it. Or no, she's having to hold it. Look, she's having to hold it. This is a nightmare for Jade. She's having to try and hold her hair in place whilst competing for the rest of the match. She just wants this to end, doesn't she? She just wants this to end. Jaded, holding the hair. Oh my God, please. 1, 2. Oh no! The match is carrying on. Jade is having a nightmare. She's having a nightmare. She's on the shoulders of Lyra right now. This poor woman. Oh my God, it's a disaster in such a beautiful way. 1, 2. Lyra grabs the leg of Sol right now. Thoughts and prayers with Jade Cargill. Thoughts and prayers with Jade. She just wants this match over. Desperately. Please end. Please end. Natural selection doesn't get it. Lyra with the pin. Oh my God, we're going on. The match is going on. This is an all-time match, but not for the reasons that you would normally give an all-time score. Down goes Lyra. Charlotte going through, going for the figure 4, bridging into the figure 8. What a beautiful mess this match is. Charlotte wins. What a beautiful mess. Well done, everyone. Absolute carnage. Absolute chaos. Just when you think this match can't go off the rails much more, it finds a brand new, innovative way to shock the WWE Universe. Jade in the background still grabbing a hold of her hair. Oh my God. We did so many moves and spots that just felt unnecessary. Did we need to do Jaded? Did we need the Soul Snatcher whilst Jade is battling to keep her hair on her head? Could no one have called an audible? Okay, we've got an issue. Let's just go straight to the finish. Instead, the other girls are like, no, we're going to do every spot that was planned. Oh, don't even care if Jade is struggling. We're doing every spot planned. We're going to do the Soul Snatcher. We're going to do Jaded's. We're going to do a pin and I'm going to break it up. Oh my God, Jade just so desperate for that match to end. That poor woman. That poor woman. I've never, ever in my life felt sympathy for Jade, but I am feeling sympathy for Jade right now. That poor woman. Put yourself in her situation. Your hair's falling off. You can't reattach it. You're having to hold it on. You're having to do moves. Oh, my God. Goated. SmackDown is goated. Okay, we've got to move on. Backstage. Oh, here's Chelsea. Chelsea's got a kendo. She's come to the rescue there of Tiffy. Okay, let's get match score. Chelsea, 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 Chelsea. Okay. We've got the Usos backstage. Got Jimmy, we got Jay. Here's Jacob. Here's Jacob. I was sent by the tribal chief. I'm not here for Jay. I'm here to speak to Solo. Okay. Jimmy said he's here to make sure no one gets involved. Jacob's here to speak to Solo. Oh my God. It is so hard to concentrate when we have just seen one of the greatest messes in WWE history. Do you remember that match when Jade's hair nearly came off? Or did come off? I want to see if there's an image of it, because, I mean, at one point, it's like, you can really see her hair underneath. Okay. Yeah, get your scores in. What do you think about the match? Empower Warren said, that match was like a homage to Mark Henry. Someone's going to get their wig split. It was like a homage. I want to see if there's a good picture of it. Oh, there it is. There you are. This poor woman. Yeah. I don't even feel like I should necessarily be showing this. This feels like it should be unseen. Legitimately unseen. I mean, look at this. What a glorious mess. Do you know, we were talking about spots and about how spots, like, you know, were going wrong in the match. And this was one that actually felt like it had gone okay. This was the Soul and Charlotte working together to deliver the superplex. And then when Jade comes crashing down and lands, you can see the hair kind of coming off. It's only momentarily, but then this poor woman has to spend the rest of the match trying to desperately hold her hairpiece in place, because clearly it's off. Whatever, you know, she uses to keep it attached, it's clearly not, you know, adhesive anymore. And there we go. If anything sums up that opening match, it might be this image right here. What a beautiful, chaotic mess that was. If anyone goes, oh, was SmackDown worth watching? I'd be like, absolutely. 100%. I saw one of the great matches in WWE history. Just absolute chaos. I'm really looking forward, though, to seeing what you lot scored the match. Like, genuinely, I'm really interested to know. Because I think putting a number on it is quite difficult, because I think there is some good stuff in the match as well. I mean, I don't want to say that it was a complete disaster. That would not be true. I think there were some spots in there, but that went well. But yeah, equally, there's some stuff that did not go well. And That is obviously going to be the bigger talking point, yeah? So get your thoughts in, get your scores in. We are almost 40 minutes into this match, or into this show, sorry. We're only 20-odd minutes away, I think, from the USA kicking off in the World Cup. So I would imagine that people will, you know, probably step away, or some will step away as the USA take the field, which is totally understandable. Okay, we are back from commercial break. Reese said, I think LA Knight's going to win King of the Ring. Okay, but the weave rose all the way off Jade's head, and she still continued, said Charmaine Elevates. Yeah, respect. I don't have any shade to Jade for that. It's not really Jade's fault, is it? I mean, you could say maybe she needed to put a bit more adhesive on or whatever, but... you know, she had a setback there that she had to try and overcome, and fair play, she kept going, man. New England Patriots are in the crowds. So, New England Patriots are shown ringside. David said, I can't even hold on to her wig, let alone a title. Okay, here's Blake Monroe. Let's talk about Charlotte Flair. Okay, so she's spoken about Tiffany. She's spoken about Rhea. Now she's speaking about Charlotte. You're soft and weak. True stars shine brighter alone. Well, there we go. Coming soon. Another coming soon for Blake Monroe. Okay, here's Nick Aldis. Here's Gunther, the ring general. We're going to find out his stipulation tonight. Yep. Stipulation. Lay it on me. Here we go. Oh, wow. I like that. Gunther is going to pick the referee for next week's match. Oh, who's that going to be? He's going to let us know by the end of the night. Could it be Ludwig? Because Ludwig's the first kind of name that came to my mind. Or could it be Drew? It's got to be someone that's got an issue with Cody. I mean, that is going to really stack the deck in Gunther's favor. That's a big stipulation. That's big. We got Finn Balor. I didn't think he was going to reveal it then, you know. I thought he was going to make us wait till later in the show. Okay, here's our truth. He welcomes Finn to SmackDown. Okay, our truth's all kinds of confused here. Is this his new thing? I don't know if that's PG. Is Damien... Okay, Finn and Damien obviously have got history. We love you, Finn. No, we don't. Okay, it was okay. I think I'm enjoying Danhausen's work more than R-Truth's these days. Here's Brie Modes. Pat will be the ref. Oh, God, Corey. Oh, God. Don't make me regret saying that I like the stipulation. Come on, Corey. We're all friends. Okay, here is Paige and Brie. Primo. Ba, 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 ba. Okay, making their way down to the ring. Let's go, kings and queens. Let's go. Please not Pat, says Bruce. Word Live Cena fan said, Daze, you're going to be the referee. Well, I just want you to know if I am, which I don't know that I am, but if I am, I will call it straight down the middle. Straight down the middle. Don't be surprised if it's Pat, said Draco. I won't be surprised. I'll just burst into tears and really start questioning my life choices. Okay, we've gone to commercial break. Jojo said it's going to be Sammy. Ooh. I'll take that. That could be very interesting. Why would Gunther pick Sammy, though? I think I would need it explained as to why he would pick Sammy. Because he could pick Ludwig, and surely Ludwig is going to be more in Gunther's... Why would Gunther... What would make Gunther pick Sammy? Unless Sammy has spoken to him behind the scenes and sort of guaranteed that he's going to screw Cody. When he could pick Ludwig Kaiser, who we know is very good friends with. I think Nick Aldis will be the referee, said Jim. I hope it's Grande Americano, said Benito. Keep getting your thoughts in for that first match. I really do want people's thoughts. I think it was such an interesting match. Keep getting your thoughts in. We've had nearly 300 votes. Power Warren said, what about Drew? Where has he been? Yeah, I mean, Drew, it could be a way of bringing Drew back. Yep. Could be a way of bringing Drew back. I think a lot of people are now going to be obviously speculating about who this is. He said, though, he's going to tell us by the end of the episode, so we've not got, like, loads of time to wait. Sammy is in the middle of their story currently, said Jojo. That is true. From a booking point of view, I understand it. But from a kayfabe point of view, why would Gunther pick Sammy? You know, because as much as Sammy and Cody are having, you know, miscommunication and disagreements at the moment, I think there is still a friendship there. There's still a respect there. I don't think their relationship has completely broken down. I don't think Sammy, like, hates Cody. I think that Gunther can find someone that hates Cody that's going to stack the odds right in Gunther's favor. So I get that there's a story being told, and the referee could absolutely be Sammy. And, you know, they're in a feud and all this stuff, and there's a story there. But how do we get to it? What's the logic? What is the reason for Gunther to pick Sammy when he could pick someone, you know, that's really despises Cody? And there's enough of them around. Ricky Saints could be a good pick, said Jose. It's going to be the Mountie, says Corey. It's going to be Cena, said Joseph. Benito said high tensions between Priest and Balor, but I agree with Damien on what Finn did to Priest. He practically made Damien get relegated from world champions just being lost in the shuffle. James said it's going to be Teddy Long, player. James, hope you well. Sammy could always help Cody if he chooses Sammy. It is a risk, said Radiated Zombie. Shining Wizard said it's a trademark WWE mystery angle. We won't find out who it is until the night before the match. David said it's got to be Goldberg. Goober said easy to find but hard to beat. Makes Cody sound like Where's Waldo's evil nemesis. Okay, we are back from commercial break. Sunday night's main event is being advertised. That is September 6th. Okay, tonight we've got a tag match. It's going to be Tiffany and Chelsea taking on B-Fab and Michin. Can't say that massively grabs me, but okay. I mean, maybe when we go down to the show being 2 hours, a match like that is the sort of match we just don't get. You know? Here we go. Shut up. It's Fatal Influence time. And you were there. Not the same. Let's go. Fatal Influence looking great. JC wearing something a little bit different here as she is not competing in this match. Oh, Fallon, come and follow me. Come and follow me. Steps up the steps, takes the jacket off, chucks it over the camera. Cut to the other side. There's Lainey. Yeah, that's no good. It still sucks. They're just showing us last week. So Fallon and Lainey taking out Brie and Paige. That now gets us to this match. There's Paige on the outside, Brie on the outside. We're going to end the poll. Here we go then. You lot said that match was good 86. Good 86. Gotta say, a chunk of you scored it great. But it is good that edges it. Good 86 is the score for match number 1. Match number 1, a beautiful mess. What is match number 2 going to be? And are we starting to see some improvement from Brie and Paige? They've wrestled together a few times. So is it a case now that we're starting to see a bit of improvement there? Brie coming out with a bit of energy, with a bit of excitement, coming out with a nice pace. Tag being made, in comes Paige. Paige with Fallon. Fallon going into the corner. Paige charging in with a knee. Brie right behind with a nice looking shot. Yeah, Brie and Paige working together there with nice tag work. Knee. Bad camera angle for the knee. You could see the knee didn't connect from Paige. Fallon trying to get over to make the tag to Lainey. Fallon makes the tag. In comes Lainey. Oh, lovely. That was quite good there by Paige. Headbutt coming in by Paige. I feel like there's work that's been done here, you know. I do. I really do feel like Brie and Paige are putting in the work. I mean, don't forget, flipping Daniel Bryan's going to be helping Brie improve. Probably doing work with Paige as well. They're doing the yes chants as Paige throws in some knees to Fallon. In the background, we got the yes kicks by Brie. Okay. Fallon and Laney at the moment are just punching bags as Brie against the ropes, trying to roll her over. No joy. Duck underneath. Over the other side. Tripped over there by JC. JC trips over Brie. Oh, that was moody, mate. That was moody there by Laney as she drives Brie down face first. Shots coming in there by Laney. Laney with a leg drop. Leg drop by Laney. Laney on her feet. Brie is down. Laney grabbing her. Crowd don't really care, to be honest. There's not much involvement, although just as I say that, they start applauding away. Over in the corner goes Laney. She collides into Brie. Fallon against the ropes. Shot coming in. Going for a cover. One. Just a one count. Just a one count so far. And again, this thing carrying on as Fallon is in there with Brie. Shot to the midsection there by Brie. Is there a name for Jade's faction? No, I don't think they've revealed anything yet. Some people just called them Jade and her baddies because when she was in AEW, she had baddies. So, no, I've not seen a name yet. I don't think they're an equal team, though, are they, to be honest? It's kind of like Jade and these her backup. Right now, we've got Fallon. Tag being made. In comes Laney. Laney coming over. Double kick. Fatal Influence starting to get into this. Steve said there's tension between Cody and Sammy. Sammy is frustrated with Cody. Having him be a ref will distract Cody the whole time about whether or not he could trust him. That's why Gunther would pick him. Well, I would want something a bit stronger than that, if I'm being honest. I feel like they've still got a friendship there. I feel like they've had a couple of misunderstandings, but their relationship has not completely deteriorated. I think that Gunther could select someone that just actually hates Cody. You know, selecting someone like Sammy, where Sammy is, I think, still a good person. I mean, I think Sammy would want to do the right thing, call it down the middle. Yeah, they would book it so there was miscommunication and everything, but I don't know. That to me wouldn't be strong enough. I would have my criticisms with that. I mean, it might not turn out to be Sammy. I do understand Sammy's involved in the story and Sammy has got to be an option, but I would find myself asking the question of why don't you just pick someone that hates Cody? The championship, the top championship is on the line here, and you could have someone that just hates Cody that's going to actively try and screw him. It's going to be better if you've got a referee that's just going to do fast counts and he's going to do whatever they can to screw Cody over, you know? Surely that's going to be better than this sort of, there's a bit of miscommunication. Is he on my side or not? Blah, blah, blah. Right now we got Brie down trying to make the tag. Shining Wizard said AJ Lee and Paige are both back to justify the cost of a Legends contract. A minor run, collecting the check for a video game and figures, said Shining Wizards. Hello, Plum Girl. Hope you're doing well. What about Randy? Well, yeah, I mean, that to me makes more sense. You know, if Randy was selected, it's a good shout, Randy, actually, because if Randy goes into that position, I mean, Randy ain't going to want, you know, Cody to be victorious. And actually what that would do is it would put the belt on Gunther, but it would do it in a way where Cody is sort of protected because he's been screwed. And it immediately takes us into the Cody Randy story if that's what we're doing at SummerSlam. So actually that, to me, is better, and that ticks more boxes. Gunther wins the belt. Cody's protected. He's screwed. The person that screwed him is the person that punt kicked him at WrestleMania. There's a whole lot of history to dig into that we never dug into at WrestleMania. That sets up a big match at SummerSlam. It means that Gunther's got the belt. And, you know, potentially the winner of King of the Ring could go on to face him. I think it's a good shout. That fits better for me But I do understand what people are saying about, you know, Sammy is clearly involved in this story. And so him being in the middle of this, you could see WWE do him. I just would struggle to buy it because, as you said, Gunther could go and get a Randy. Could go and get someone that, like a Drew, that just really hates Cody and is going to do whatever they can to screw him over. And I don't think that's Sammy. I think he would call it down the middle. Okay, we're coming back from commercial break. We're an hour into the show. Shot coming in there by Brie. Daze, when are we going to get a good can they coexist angle? Okay, I don't even know if there is a good can they coexist angle anymore, but the thing is with can they coexist is most of the time they don't need to coexist. I think if you want a good coexist angle, we need them to be able to coexist. Like, there is a real need for it. Part of the problem is that can they coexist tends to be in an absolutely nothing tag match where it doesn't matter if they coexist. Do you know what I mean? Like, it would work better if there was someone that was really causing big problems in WWE, and we really did need these two people that hate each other. We needed them to come together. We needed them to work together because we needed them to deal with this problem. But it's always just in matches that don't matter. It's always tag matches that it just doesn't even matter if they lose. Can they coexist? It doesn't matter if they do or if they don't. You've really got to set a very interesting table, a very interesting storyline where it actually matters if they coexist. Okay, we're back from commercial break. We were just at commercial break there momentarily. Right now, we are still underway with this match. The match is going for a fair bit of time at the moment. Right now, Fallon is in. Fallon going to the outsides. No. Laney, I thought she was going for the roll-up. No joy. Paige with Laney. Looking for the Paige. Rampage. 1, 2. Save is made there by Fallon. Missile drop kick there by Brie. Knee coming in there. Fast-paced action here. Laney is in. Roll up there by Paige. Roll up. Referee distracted. 2. Laney kicks out. Laney with a super kick. Paige goes down. Laney making the tag. Laney's knee pad thing has kind of slipped down. Against the ropes. Oof. Paige goes down. Face first. Laney to the outside. Brie on the outside of the ring. Fallon coming over. Swinging away. Brie ducks underneath. Paige grabs Fallon. Stepping through. PTO. She's got one arm. She's trying to grab the other. JC. Oh, JC getting involved. JC dragging Fallon to the ropes. You're out of there. Referee gets rid of JC. You're out of there. Oh, she's livid. She is absolutely livid. The crowd start chanting, yes. The distraction isn't happening. Referee distracted. 2. Paige gets it. Fallon had the pin. It's a loss for Fallon. It's a loss for Fallon and Laney. There was lots of moving parts. I must admit, I'm surprised because this was a non-title match. So it really felt like they were probably going to give the win to the heels, you know? There's JC on the outside looking pretty glum. That was JC's fault, said Robbie. I like JC's outfit tonight, said Restaurant. She's looking lovely. She is looking lovely. Okay. Let's get your thoughts in, shall we, for this match? I thought it was okay. Probably went a bit long. Don't know that it needed to go as long as what it did. Pace was okay. I mean, it was fine. Certainly don't think it was as sloppy as the first match, personally. Okay. When do you want to teach me that lesson? So we're just seeing what went down last week. I think this story with Cody and Sami and the miscommunication and all of that is very interesting. Okay. USA should be starting very soon. We're just taking a little bit of time to get rid of all the flags after the pre-match show. Very loud USA anthem is being sung. There's helicopter flybys as well. Okay. Okay, we got Candice and Johnny. We've got Sami. He's got a jumper, a t-shirt says the last real good guy. Candice was talking to Johnny. Sami thinks that she was talking to him. I feel sorry for Johnny. He's still just lying there, but at least he's being involved somehow. I mean, perhaps it is going to be a big moment when he actually does move. I don't know. I hate the booking. I think we've just got this really great professional wrestler, and all he's doing is just lying there. So, I mean, I can't say I'm a big fan of it, but, yeah. He wants to clear the air once and for all with Cody. I wonder if this segment really goes wrong. I wonder if this is the segment where it all falls apart. Clearly, they're on different paths. And then that allows you to get Gunther to pick Sami. And, you know, this is, you know, it's all broken apart. Could be a good segment, this. Sami wants to clear the air with Cody. Okay, Matt said, Daze, I heard that this could be Charlotte Jade at SummerSlam. What would we think about that? Well, having seen the match I just saw, I can't say I'd be thrilled. Charlotte, to me, just looks a bit off at the moment, and I can't quite work out why. I've always enjoyed her matches in the sense of, you know, you think about her with Rhea and her with Ronda and her with Becky, and I don't know, I mean, this is where injuries probably start catching up and age. I mean, I'm not saying her age or she's old or anything, but, you know, as you get older, you're not getting better. And as you get in, like, more injured, I mean, she's having to wear that knee brace all the time now. You know, it's probably unfair to compare this version of Charlotte that we've got now to the version of Charlotte we had 5 years ago, 8 years ago. I mean, this is probably a very different Charlotte, you know? And, I don't know, I still hold Charlotte in high regard. I still think she's capable of having a great singles match with someone. Jade obviously is a challenge, but I think a lot of people would say that Jade has shown improvement this year. I think Jade is really starting to put a few things together. I don't think she's amazing. I don't think she's someone that, you know, I look and see that she's on a PLE that I get excited for. I think you're still going to go into a Jade match sort of thinking that it's more about tolerating it and getting through it rather than actually enjoying it. So I do think there's issues there. But having just seen that Fatal 4-Way, how sloppy it was in places, how Charlotte just looked a little bit off, how she continues to do that flipping cartwheel into a clothesline, which is a spot I really just do not like. I don't know, man. It was every time they've looked at each other, I've kind of been like, yeah, I'm down for it. But having seen what I saw earlier, I'm a bit more like, I don't know if I need it, really. I don't know that I need it. I think there's others I'd much rather be watching. So, I mean, look, I get it. Jade is someone they really believe in. She's got a great look. They want to keep investing in her. I think the belief is that Charlotte has still got it. I don't know that she's got it as well as she did 5 years or so ago, but she's still got it. And I think the hope and the belief is that she could get a really good match out of Jade. So if it's on the cards, I'll watch it. I'll be very, very fair with it. I don't hope or wish that it would be bad. I know there's a lot of people that don't like Charlotte. There's a lot of people that don't like Jade. I think it's a match that wouldn't work for everyone. I would want it to work, but I can't say it would be a match I'd be super hyped for. So yeah, that's kind of my thoughts on that. Surely it's time for a Danhausen segment, said Jose. It's just been nothing but women for the first hour. You're right, there he is. Jose, how did you do that? Okay, Los Garza want Danhausen to curse the Knicks. Oh. Okay. So... Okay, everyone's coming to him, wanting him to curse the Knicks and not curse the Knicks. And... That's pretty good. Your mouth goes shush. He's just got all his old catchphrases. Kit Wells. Oh, now he's electrocuted himself. Oh my God. Okay, Kit Wilson's down. He's electrocuted himself. Miz is in the room just doing his old catchphrases. Oh, it's good. I like that. When my hand goes up, your mouth goes shush. Okay, Sammy's coming out, and this could be a good segment. Could be a good segment, because I've liked this story. Do you know what? I mean, I will say, I think this has been a watchable show. I know the first match is, you know, whatever. Second match maybe didn't grab people, but it wasn't a disaster. Danhausen moment I thought was quite good just, and now we got Sammy coming out. And actually, he's not getting booed out the building, you know. Not getting booed out the building. Normally, Sammy's getting really negative reactions. We're not in Canada, are we? I mean, this is... Oh, okay, there's some booze. Now he gets in the ring, there's some booze. It'll be interesting once the music stops and we can hear the proper reaction. It could be WWE sweetening things, I don't know, but... Oh, here we go. Let's hear. Now the music stopped. Yeah, there's booze. Yeah, but the people singing his song as well. I think Sammy's trying to read it as well. I'm struggling. He's like, Sammy looking out. Yeah, there's some Sammy chants. I don't think the crowd's made their mind up, you know. I don't... What do we take from this? Strange reaction, says Sammy. I was in Europe. Yeah. The Ride or Dies showed up in full force for me in Europe. Well, the Ride or Dies haven't shown up here, have they? Yeah.
feel like he's farming the boos a little bit more. But then he farms some cheers. He just wants noise, doesn't he? That's what he wants. He just wants a response. Boo him. Cheer him. Just make some noise. Okay. I want to clear the air once and for all with one man. Cody's called out. This could be a really interesting segment. Sammy, announce yourself as the special guest ref, says Connor. He's literally a tweener, said Willow. Brony said, this crowd sucks. Ronnie said, Sammy, please, STFU. Opola said, it's better to be booed or cheered than have no response. That's true. That is true. USA celebrating an own goal. Why? What's happened? Oh, they've scored. Well, they haven't scored, but they've managed to, get ahead. So the hosts have the lead. Listen to that noise in LA. This goal is all about Christian Pulisic, who manages to beat two defenders with a fantastic dummy to get into the box. Tees up Weston McKennie, whose cross is turned into the own net by Bobadilla. Bobadilla. That's the BBC report of the goal, so well done, USA, USA, USA. Well, there we go. USA ahead right as Cody Rhodes is making his way down to the ring. Apparently David Beckham in the crowd, Tom Cruise in the crowd, Ryan Reynolds, I think was at the Canada game earlier. Okay, that's good. Good start. Right, I wanted to go to LA, but the ticket prices were just insane, said DP876. Cody is milking the entrance, said Jose. Shaquem said USA are winning. I've got them winning this game 2-1. No, it's a good early start for them, though. I mean, it could be... I think Paraguay have got it in them to score. They're a good footballing nation, Paraguay. I think they got a goal in them. Yeah, there's a lot more to come out of that game, of course. Only 13 minutes in. Okay, Cody in the ring then with Sammy. Cody. Ooh, I don't even think the reactions for Cody are that great. You never know what you're going to get with Cody. Okay, Providence gets a mention. There's a big cheer for that. My good friend Sami Zayn, what do you want to talk about? Can you not do that? Can you not do this? Can you just not be the American Nightmare for a second? Okay. Yeah. A series of misunderstandings. I keep helping you and I keep paying the price. Sammy said he can hear the fans as the fans now start chanting for Cody. Cody Rhodes. But they didn't give him a great reaction when he came walking out. It was quite muddy.
I walked away because on that night, it is what you deserved. Yeah. Is this an accident? This keeps happening over and over. Tell me the truth. Sammy sucks chant? This doesn't make sense to me. How did Sammy come out, get like quite a muddy reaction and get Sammy chants, and now he's in the ring and now the crowd have just decided Sammy sucks? Cody said, you need me to explain pro wrestling to you? We shouldn't be standing here. I was the first guy in the ring when you finished your story, said Sammy. The first. Sammy is good. I was happy for you, Cody. How many of those guys are still your friends now of all those that I listed? Is the problem all of them, or is the problem you? Everything is about change, says Kay. I find this a very captivating segment. I'm here now. Be honest. Oh, here we go. You're whining? You're crying? You're not the Sami Zayn they fell in love with? Ah. Oh. Bit of fire from Cody. Good to see. You're desperate. I'd so love to see this match. You. Oh, never will is harsh. Never will is harsh. I'm sorry I have this and you don't is what I was expecting. Never will. Feels a bit too far there. Sammy actually lashes out momentarily. Cody having to try and figure out what he's going to do. Sammy's saying he's sorry here. I'm sorry. Okay, I think Cody's calming down. I was out of line, says Sammy. Tell me off as much as you want. It's good. It's a, because I don't know where this is going. It's, oh! He slaps him back! Sammy! Cody says, are we good? Oh, it is a good segment, man. Sammy just apologized. Cody slaps him back. Sammy's going to get out of the ring. It's a really good segment. It's a really good segment. Sammy with a chair. Sammy jumps up. I ain't buying it. I don't think he's about to get in and start walloping him with a chair, but I think it shows how angry he is. Cody stands there. I think we got some Randy chants that are just coming through. That has soured their relationship a little more. That got right to the brink, says Joe. Oh, I liked it. Guys, can I just remind you, this is SmackDown, a show that has been very underwhelming. I don't think that segment personally was underwhelming, but it'll be interesting to see what you lot thought. Jacob has gone up to Solo. It's been too long. And long enough. Oh, he wants you to come home. He wants you to come home. What happened to you, Jacob? You used to be a killer. I'm still standing here, and you've done nothing. This is good as well. Roman has done nothing but embarrass you and humiliate you. What Roman did to you? Tell Roman he can go to hell. Jacob says he understands. If my OTC sends me for you, I'm coming for you. You tell Roman if he wants me to come home, then he's going to have to come and get me. I like that. I think that's good as well. I don't know what's happened to the SmackDown creative team. I can only imagine there was some sort of fire. and we've somehow had to replace them all because this show is so much better than what we've been getting. Cruiserweight Championship, yeah, we're going to be getting Axiom taking on Rey Fenix, and this could be an absolute banger. This could be a match, the kind of thing that we see in AAA. And that might be coming up next. We're at the halfway point right now. John said, that's interesting. Bloodline MFTs, said Brony. Yeah, but I don't hate how we're getting to it. I honestly don't. I don't hate how we're getting to it. SmackDown Women's a C+, but the men are an A+, said Jose. Jennifer said, this has actually been good tonight. Maybe there has been a fire at the headquarters, burning the original scripts, and they've had to come up with a new one. I can only imagine what's happened is there was a fire, all the plans got burnt, SmackDown creative team were at home, and Triple H had to turn to the Raw creative team and go, can you just do me a favor and write me a script for SmackDown? Because we've lost all of the original plans. And they've gone, yeah, we can do it, it's no problem. And they've actually cooked up. Because I think the issues with that first match, you know, weren't really anything to do with creative. I think the issues in that first match was just that a lot of the spots were botchy. I just think a lot of the stuff they did was clunky and botchy. I think that's more on the performers than anything. I can't really blame the creative team for that opening match. It's a very, very watchable show. Very, very watchable. And of course they would put this on the exact same night that we've got USA versus Paraguay. So a lot of people are probably going to miss it, thinking that, oh, it's only SmackDown. Well, actually, you're missing a good SmackDown. Okay, Rey Fenix coming down, and this could be a banger. This could be a banger. SmackDown will cook when it goes back to 2 hours, said USA baby. Steve said, I've just received some sad news. One of my wife's cousins passed away in a car accident. Oh my God. Steve, I'm so sorry to hear that, buds. Genuinely, I'm so sorry to hear that. Thoughts with you, your family, and your wife. I'm really sorry to hear that. No one needs to be receiving that news. We have got a AAA title match. Yeah, AAA title being defended. The Cody and Sammy segment was definitely 10 out of 10. Could we see a match between Cody and Sammy? Well, I mean, yes. I mean, it does feel like it's building towards that, definitely. I mean, I think that we could be getting Sammy to be revealed to be the ref. I mean, we've took another step towards the breakdown in their relationship. I would even now still question why choose Sammy rather than choosing someone that hates Cody. I don't know that I could say that Sammy hates Cody right now, but we've took another step towards their relationship completely falling apart. So, I mean, we could do it, but I think what's quite exciting about the story is there's so many ways forwards. I think it was Plum Girl, wasn't it, that mentioned about Randy being the special guest ref. You could absolutely go that way. And Sammy could try to get involved to help in the match and it backfire or whatever. I mean, you can go that way. You can go the direction where it's Sammy that's going to be the special guest ref next week. You can absolutely go that way. Maybe we do Cody Sammy at SummerSlam. But it would probably be, obviously, without the belts, because I'm guessing Gunther would likely win. So, I don't know. I mean, it's so interesting. Like, I'm really just enjoying the ride, to be honest. I live in Tucson. I like a border full shutdown. Bit of drama. Hey, B, I hope you're well. Sorry to hear that news, Steve, says King Callum. This has been a good show tonight, said Can't Stop, Won't Stop. Daze, Randy was a good shout. I could see that working. But how would Randy and Gunther work? Well, I don't think Randy would go after Gunther. I feel like Randy is probably frustrated. I mean, that punt kick that he delivered after WrestleMania, that was personal. I mean, the punt kick he delivered to Cody, that was not about a championship. That was personal because, you know, he didn't have to do that. The match was over. So I feel like the Randy Cody story is, it's not about a championship. It's personal. And so actually, if Randy is revealed to be the referee for next week, and he ends up costing Cody, then Cody Randy would be the direction. And it would be non-title and it would be personal. And I think this thing, you could make the argument was personal even before we got to WrestleMania, but it certainly became personal with that punt kick after the match. So, yeah, you wouldn't do Randy Gunther both being heels. You would do Randy Cody, and it would be a non-title thing, no belt involved. And then, you know, Randy would obviously have to set his sights. I mean, if you want to move him to a world title, Gunther doesn't make sense. You can do a triple threat, and you'd need to get a babyface in to kind of be that babyface presence. Or you move Randy over to Raw. We've seen Finn Balor move, and Jacob move, and Rhea move. We've seen people move, right? Among shows, you could easily move Randy over to Raw and get him into a program with Roman. So, yeah, I mean, look, there is a way forward for SummerSlam. I don't want to go too far down the road, but there is a way forward that it could be Randy, and, you know, you can map it out as to what SummerSlam would look like. And I don't think that would be Randy Gunther. Right, own a piece of Lucha Libre history. You can own the El Grande mask. Here's Axiom. Kieran said, go USA. Oh, 2-0. Hey, they're doing really well there. 2-0. I fancied USA winning it. I've got them winning 2-1. But, I mean, it could be even better than that, couldn't it? USA looking pretty good to get the victory in this first match. Okay, Axiom versus Phoenix. Please be a banger. Please be a banger. USA! 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 I want USA to do really well in this tournament. I think, like, you know, it'd be so disappointing to do the World Cup in America. And, you know, I think a lot of our American friends are quite passive when it comes to the World Cup. Like, yeah, I might watch it, I might not. But obviously, if USA do well, they're going to want to watch it. So, I mean, it's just better. It's just more exciting if the USA is going to do well. So, yeah, I hope they do well. I hope they get through the group, get a good draw in the next round, and, you know, just take it a game at a time, see how you do. I mean, obviously, if you've got to play a France or a Spain, you're going to be, you know, struggling. But, you know, you might be able to get some easy games before having to face someone like that. On the feet, over against the ropes, Axiom. Okay. Against the ropes goes Phoenix. He goes over. Stomp coming down. Tracy, shout out to you. Tracy said, time flies. Doesn't it just, buds? Doesn't it just? How much do you think the mask will sell for, said Iron Sentinel? I have no idea. I genuinely don't know. I mean, I know that when I've looked at other... auctions, even things you wouldn't really think would go for too much, still go for thousands. So, I mean, this has got thousands written on it. I could see it going for $3,000. I mean, it is like, you know, it is one of the great matches. A lot of people connected with it. I think you'll have a lot of people in Mexico that might be interested in bidding. You got to remember, there's a lot of sports stars. I mean, think of the celebrities that come in. You know, Little Yachty and Logan, and, you know, there's lots of rich celebrities that are into WWE. I could see, you know, $3,000 for them is nothing. Absolutely nothing. So I'm not expecting it to go for $20,000 or anything like that, but this ain't going to be hundreds. I think I'd be looking 3,000 to 5,000 would be my prediction. Phoenix is in control. Jared said, imagine if the special ref, no chance in hell. I can't see it, but obviously Vince is had a bit of good news. Seemingly it looks like it's going to go to his case is going to go to arbitration. Axiom going to the outside, going up, looking to moonsault to the outside. That was quite nice by Axiom. Jojo said it's going to be Sammy. Yeah, it was a nice little moonsault that was. It was good work, actually. Look at that. Looked good. It did. It looked good. Okay. Rey Fenix, Axiom battling away for the AAA Cruiserweight Championship. Chop coming in there by Rey Fenix. Chop coming back there by Axiom. Axiom getting in the ring. This could be 5 or 6 by full time. It is men against boys is what the BBC are saying. So the BBC, I mean, obviously I'm not watching the game. I can't see the game, but they're saying that the USA are putting in a really good performance right now. Kick coming in there by Axiom. Destin said, according to False Finish, JC will face Rhea at SummerSlam for the Women's Championship. Where's the crowd, said Tracy. They have kind of settled down, died down a fair bit, haven't they? Okay, Phoenix in the ring. Over against the ropes, jumps over. It's down to Phoenix and Axiom to really get this crowd fired back up again. They seem to have just settled down a little bit. Great 61 is what you lot scored the Sammy Cody segment. We're just lacking like a great match. First match was good 86. Second match good 91. And on paper, again, I cannot blame creative if this match doesn't deliver, because on paper, this should be a banger. On paper, this should be one of those matches you really look forward to in AAA. Nice drop kick there. Lovely work. 1, 2, shoulder up. Axiom has got Phoenix down, keeping him grounded at the moment. We are still at commercial break. They just don't care for this match, said Jojo. What do we mean lacking? Jade's wig fell off in the opening match, said Flame Fist. It did. I do feel sorry for her on that, though, because, you know, obviously that's just like a wardrobe malfunction. It's not really like a botch on her part. Right now, we've got Axiom in control. Headlock being applied. On paper, this should be epic, said Jennifer, but the crowd are just dead. James said, Wiggate. Wiggate. Very much Wiggate. Very much Wiggate. Daze, what would your reaction be if Sammy is going to be the special guest referee next week? It would be like this. I wouldn't really be surprised. I think he is involved in this story, and I think he is an option. My only thing that I've said about it is I just don't know why you wouldn't go for someone that we know absolutely hates Cody, whereas with Sammy, it's sort of like it's messy. I mean, you could say that Gunther believes he'll beat Cody, and he wants his good friend Sami Zayn to be the one to count the 1, 2, 3. I think if you go with I want Sammy, not because I think Sammy's going to screw Cody, but because I want Sammy to be the one that has to count the 3. You know, I want to feed into the issues between them. If he chooses him and comes out with a reason like that, I'll applaud that. Because it's not about, this is the person that I think's going to help me win this match. I don't need help to win this match. I'm going to win this match. So who do I want to count the 3? I'll have Cody's good friend Sammy do it. And actually, I'd be like, respect. Yeah, I ain't got no issue with that. Top rope Enziguri there by Axiom. Axiom climbing up. We got Phoenix in the corner. We got Headbutt coming in there by Phoenix. Phoenix going to run along the ropes. Axiom is against the ropes. Big boot coming in there. He's going up. Looking for a big crossbody. 1, 2. Kick out. Shoulder up. So, I mean, that was a nice crossbody. Yeah, fans are applauding away. So, you know, the fans are getting into it. We're not too far away from our final hour. Kick coming in there by Phoenix. Another kick coming in there by Phoenix. Axiom up on the shoulders, going over against the ropes. Going to the outside. Oh, that was kind of innovative. Yeah, that was kind of it. I didn't hate that. Turned it into a German. It looked quite good. He's up, missile drop kick. Okay. Going for the cover. 2. Kick out there by Phoenix. Axiom looking good. He's over in the corner. Rey Fenix is down. Coming over. Oh, that's good work there by Phoenix. Managing to get out the way. He's got Axiom on his shoulders. And, ooh, drives him down. 1, 2. Kick out by Axiom. It was like a modified brainbuster. It looked good. Couple of moments in this match working. Yeah, look at that. It's not a move you see too often. I don't think you're going to see that out of Tiffany Stratton. Fans not really biting, though, to be honest, at the moment. Not really biting. Cruiserweight, AAA Cruiserweight Championship on the line. Charging over, Phoenix collides into Axiom. They both go down to their knees. Oh, trying to go over, trying to work on the arm. Armbar's in. Armbar in there by Axiom. Kick out. Coming over again, grabs him, drives him over to the corner. Bang! Kick coming in by Axiom, but Phoenix moves. Phoenix moves. That's going to give Phoenix the momentum, and this could be the beginning of the end. Okay. Rey Fenix. This could be the beginning of the end. No, kick coming in there by Axiom. Axiom fighting back here. He's on that middle rope at the moment. Shot coming in. It's kind of up on the top rope. Axiom climbing up. Looking for a Spanish fly. Axiom gets it. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Wade Barrett's like, oh, matron. Bang. Yeah, pretty good. I think it is winning the fans over little by little. Kick coming in there by Phoenix. Phoenix charging in. Middle rope. Lovely kick there by Phoenix. That looked great. Axiom out and actually slumps forward. Lovely sell. Going for it again. Did he get it? Not sure if that was a great camera angle. It looked like it didn't connect. Going for a muscle buster. It's got him up, spinning round. Muscle buster. Drives him down. 1, 2, 3. Phoenix gets it. This match has been good. It took a Spanish fly, though, to get the crowd to take notice. Some of them might be distracted on their phones looking at the USA score. I don't know. Give me more of that, says Joe. Joe is totally down for more AAA Cruiserweight Championship title defenses, and I must admit, I'm also down for that. This will be good for Rey Fenix. Okay, we're backstage. Here's Nick Aldis. Here's Gunther. Okay, here we go. He's made a decision. Yep. Okay. Yeah. Oh. I need a good guy. Okay. It is going to be Sammy. So he has gone Sammy. The reason for it... I mean, I don't hate it. The reason for it is a bit weird. He said, like, I need someone that's got experience and knows the rules. Sammy's got a lot of experience. Tick. I need someone that's a good guy. I think I need the last real good guy. I need someone that's, you know, got their heart in the right place. I don't really understand that. Why the hell does Gunther care about that? Well, there we go. He is the last real good guy, said Jojo. What's the stipulation? Oh, the stipulation is Gunther gets to choose the ref. That was the stipulation. Lemon pepper stepper time. It is lemon pepper stepper time. Here's Trick. John says, Sammy. Okay, we've gone to commercial break. So, Sammy is going to screw over Cody, said Dave. Hello, Dave. Sammy, do the right thing, says Robbie. Good call. Let's go, says Flame Fist. Trenton said it's going to be a Sammy heel turn. Do we think Sammy might help Gunther win? Well, I mean, I think there could be miscommunication again. I don't know that he's going to screw Cody. He might do. Obviously, their relationship just got that little bit. I like the fact they did that segment before announcing Sammy, because I think, you know, Sammy talking to Cody saying, let's get this out in the open and all of that. Come on, don't be the nightmare, be yourself. Them having that heart-to-heart felt like it was needed, but I mean, they still ended up in a worse place than when I think they went in. I think Sammy walked away from that ring more frustrated than when he went in. And I thought the segment was really, really good. Really good. So, is he going to turn on him? Is he going to cost him the championship? Or is it more likely going to be that, you know, Gunther could get the win and it's another miscommunication, you know? I don't know. Which way do they go? There's no way of knowing, is there? Word Live Cena fan said, why does Gunther want Sammy? Sammy's the one that took his IC title reign away from WrestleMania 40. Wow, we've been talking about all night, yeah. About, does it make sense? Are they building to it correctly? So, you're going to have to make your own mind up on that if you're happy with how they've ended up getting there. So far, this has not been a hard watch, said Flame Fist. For a SmackDown, we're looking good. We're not talking about the real questions, like what's going on with Miz and Kit as dummies now. Will Danhausen take control of them? I'm not expecting him to take control of them. I think they've just been electrocuted, and we're just getting some humor out of it. But I'm not expecting him to, like, take control of them. 3-0 now for the USA. Oh, my God. It's not even half time, is it? Balogun scoring. 50-minute mark, 45 minutes plus 5. It's going to be 3-0 at half time. Jeez. Credit where credit is due. I did not think that US would be able to live up to the expectations. Fair to say they've proven me wrong with a performance like this, says someone that's just called into BBC. It's been half an hour since Paraguay last had a shot. Yeah, very, very good. This is going to be great for USA. USA are looking dangerous. They're pinging the ball around quite sharp. It's relentless. Speed is unbelievable. They're gliding like butterflies and stinging like bees. If they play like this, everyone needs to be on alert. Watch out for the USA. That's what people are saying. That's what people are saying. USA might have arrived at the World Cup with a decent little team here. I tell you what, I think a result like this as well, I mean, I don't know what the final score is going to be, but a result like this is maybe going to kickstart football fever in America. If Americans start to really believe that, you know, they've got a good chance here. Okay, here's Trick Williams. 3-0 at half-time. There's not a team on the planet that wouldn't take that. I'll take that when we play Croatia. I'd snap your hand off for it. Okay, Trick Williams then. What? That Trick. Okay, little Yachty's still with him. Robbie said, everyone's favourite little Yachty is here. Connor said it could end up being 5-0. Yeah, no, it really could. Really could. I fancied USA to get it. I think you've got a decent team. I think you've got a good manager with Pochettino. I think Paraguay are beatable. I think that's... oh, that's nice. That's nice. Look at that. Trick Williams with a young fan. Yeah, he's got his own little jacket. Trick like that. Trick appreciated that, young fan. Yeah, that was cool. Can we end this little Yachty partnership, says Spawny Boy. What the... Big championship match coming up next week. Sami Zayn is special guest referee. Championship match next Friday. What the hell goes down next Friday? Christopher said 3-0 to USA. What a performance so far. Paraguay have been shocking though. Corey said it's really nice of Trick to let that rapper guy tag along, said Corey. Okay, right now we have got Trick in the ring. Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, Trick's got something he wants to get off his chest. I lost. I lost last week. I don't like it. It didn't feel good. It woke up something in me. Okay, good. Made me want to step my game up. Okay, okay. Who's the man that's going to carry this brand? Trick Williams is the leader of the new school, says Trick. Okay. Okay, so Trick trying to show a little bit of fire here, but I don't think he actually really said anything. Just like he lost, it lit a fire in him, and now, you know, he's the leader of this. I really thought he was about to get rid of Little Yachty, honestly. I thought he was about to say, I think our time is done or something, you know, make a big statement, make a move. I don't feel like it led to anything. Okay, Ricky Saints is coming down. Carmelo's coming down. Carmelo is just walking straight past Ricky, barges past Ricky, making his way down to the ring. Hey. Melo. Oh, Ricky's getting in the ring, though. Carmelo said he thinks he's listening to a Dr. Zeus book. Make your mind up. I feel like they've got this wrong, you know. It's half-time in the United States game, and this is the segment that's on right now. You beat me, I've beat you. There's bickering. How about you shut the hell up? Doesn't matter. I'm going to stomp the winner out anyway, so it doesn't matter who comes after my title, says Trick. Okay, so Trick tells them both to shut the hell up whilst grown folks are talking. Trick starts walking out the ring. Carmelo gets pushed into Trick by Ricky. Shots coming in there by Melo on Ricky. Ricky goes back against the ropes. Melo takes Ricky down. Shots coming in there by Carmelo. I mean, triple threat. Trick smashing Ricky down. I don't know. It was a bit of nothing, really, that segment for me. Trick comes out, says that the loss last week kind of bothered him. He needs to, you know, prove that he is the future. Then we get Carmelo and Ricky come out. There's a lot of bickering, and that's it. Okay. I want Melo, Ricky, says Billy. Okay, we got Royce. His solo. Guys, still trying to recruit him. Listen to me. Jacob's gone. So he's still trying to recruit him here. He's like, look, Jacob's gone. You gotta accept he's done. I just don't want you to be a casualty in Roman's war. I mean, it is giving Royce something to think about, isn't it? Right. I like what they're trying to do with Trick, but it was just produced poorly, said Wrestle Rants. Here's Chelsea. Okay, we've got this tag match coming up now. Can they coexist, said Jose. Can they coexist? So we just had a little backstage segment. I mean, I do think that this show, when it gets to 2 hours, hopefully if we can cut things like this and a few other bits and bobs, like, for me, I think that SmackDown... Already, I think if SmackDown had ended already, like, we'd be saying it was a good show. We might be able to add some more good stuff to it. I think the men's Fatal 4-Way will be good, but I do think there are some filler segments that still feature. This being one, I just don't care about this. Right. Daze, is it far out to say that Royce Keys could win the whole thing? Yeah, I think so. I'm not expecting him to win. I mean, they can do it. I mean, the thing with WWE is they can do whatever they want. So if they want Royce Keys to kind of go after Roman and do that, I mean, you could, but I don't know. I mean, it's not the direction I would go. Restaurant said someone was in the back of the Royce Keys segments. Looked like a white turtleneck. Didn't see, to be honest. I can't say that anyone has spoken about anything. I've got in front of me right now, I always have like a list of like key accounts. Slam X, who, you know, is a good follow. Wrestle Talk, Corey of False Finish, blah, blah, blah. I always have this like list in front of me. So I've got the chat there. I've got this here. I've got the show here. And yeah, I haven't got anyone talking about anything in the backgrounds at the moment, but definitely something to keep an eye on. Crispy Wrestling said US has already won. Pulisic and Balogun are absolutely cooking Paraguay, who can't even seem to put two passes together. Undertaker congratulating Rey Fenix. Congratulations on defending that AAA Cruiserweight Championship. Proudly representing AAA. So there we go. We heard from the Dead Man, who was impressed with that match. Backstage, we had Solo saying to Royce, I don't want to see you be a casualty of this war. He won't be. He doesn't need to get involved at all. Does he? To be honest, he's not going to be a casualty because he doesn't even need to get involved. Days, are we watching UFC on Sunday? Said Cristiano. Yeah, that is the plan. I've had a bit of disruption this week with, like, we've had some electrical problems where actually the power keeps going. It's a problem that we've been having on and off for a good little while. But yeah, they've come and they've checked it out. So bottom line is I've had a bit of disruption. I've not been able to do the things I had planned. They're actually going to come and change our fuse boards and everything. They're going to completely like put in a new one. So the bottom line is I haven't done any research yet. So I am very pleased that it is not Saturday night. If this Freedom 250 thing was Saturday night, I don't think I'd be able to do it. But I've got, obviously, tonight, tomorrow to do the research, get everything set up. So thankfully it's Sunday night, isn't it? Which I didn't actually realise. I didn't realise it was Sunday night. So that's good. So, yes, I am planning on doing it. As long as there's no power outages or whatever. I should be able to get it all researched and done and everything. But this means probably no, like, AAA or anything tomorrow. I'm going to try and just use that time instead to get Unseen back up and running, get caught up with those things, get the research done, set up the UFC stream. That'll be the plan for the weekend. And then, of course, we're back on Monday as well with Raw. So, yeah, I'm looking to make some progress this weekend. Chelsea and Tiffy in action against B-Fab and Michin. Okay. Flamefast says, so you're doing AAA? No, I haven't answered that. Is Danhausen in your vicinity? No, but. Big Time said, I like Trick, but do we think the promos are repetitive? At times it feels like he's just regurgitating the same lines. Yeah, I do. I mean, I think that I was kind of interested, actually, when he said that it woke some up in him last week when he lost. And I was sort of interested when he said, you know, he feels like he needs to show now that he's the leader of this kind of next wave. And he had my interest, so I was waiting for some big statement, you know? That's why next week I'm doing an open challenge or Little Yachty, I thank you for your support, but I think it's time for us to part ways. I was waiting for it to actually lead to Summit, and it didn't. I was disappointed in that. So, yeah, I do. I can't say I get massively excited when it's a Trick promo segment. But it doesn't massively matter. I mean, he's got crazy aura. The live crowd like him. But for me watching at home, I sort of feel like I need a little bit of something else. Tiffany just kind of turned her head, and I think the hair just sort of whipped Chelsea in the face momentarily there. Okay, we are underway then with this match, and we're well into this hour. We've got 50-odd minutes left to go. Your biggest fear happened tonight, and I am still alive. My wig won. Jade spoke about her hair situation. Your biggest fear happened tonight, and I am still alive. So, oh, okay. Her biggest fear happened, and she's still alive. My wig won, though. Jade actually commenting on the wig situation. Yeah, respect, honestly. Respect. I've got respect to her over that. We got a Chelsea chant that's breaking out as Michin goes against the ropes. Chelsea against the ropes. Yeah, that's pretty firm. Biggest fear happened tonight. Chelsea against the ropes. Kick coming in there by Michin. Kick coming in there by B-Fab. Chelsea down, shoulder up. Chelsea chants. She's getting, obviously, a lot of support. Okay. Quiet. Crowd have just gone a little bit quiet here. Chelsea is up and smashed down. Michin, B-Fab. Working well. Michin goes over, collides into Tiffany. Tiffany goes to the outside. Big kick there by Michin. 1, 2, shoulder up. Okay, I think we're about to go over to commercial breakers. Michin just mocks Chelsea, doing a bit of a salute. I must admit, I think the Trick segment, I think this match, this period to me feels like the period where we have kind of gone to a usual SmackDown. I can tell you that the Axiom and Phoenix match got good 95. Good 95. So we've still yet to find a great match. It still continues to be a frustration. Danhausen thinks that this new Miz is awesome. Chelsea in the corner. Michin in control. Chelsea trying to fight back. And again, Michin grabbing Chelsea. Chelsea goes down. Daze, are we watching UFC? Yeah, that is the plan at the moment. I don't want to 100% say we are, but at the moment, yes. Connor said, do we see a triple threat happening at Night of Champions? I think it's on the table. Shot coming in there by Chelsea. Michin going for a kick. Chelsea goes down. Dragging Chelsea. Dragging her across the ring. Dragging her over to the other sides. Here comes... bang. Here comes B-Fab throwing in some shots. Grabbing Chelsea. Scott in the corner. That's not bad by B-Fab. I kind of like that. Referee counting away, though, as Chelsea in the corner. B-Fab coming in. Kick coming in there by B-Fab. Chelsea goes down. Going for the cover. 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Pace of this a little bit slow at the moment. Kind of feel like maybe when Tiffany comes in, this thing could pick up pace a little bit. Over in the corner. Tag being made. Here is Michin. Yeah. Yeah, working the lower back. Surfboard stretching. Crowd do not give a flip, mate. The crowd could not care less. Surfboard is, well, it's a bow and arrow, actually. I think it's a bow and arrow more than a surfboard. Surfboard's when you've got them kind of up like that. So it was bow and arrow. But we're coming back from commercial break. Looks like the pace of this might be about to pick up a little bit. It's been a little bit slow up to this point. Okay. Shots coming in. Scott Michin driving her back in the corner. Shot coming in there by Chelsea. Yeah, Chelsea is taken over there by Michin. Coming over to Chelsea, gets her shoulder up. Okay, just kind of reaching out at the moment. Let's go down. I feel like this King of the Ring is so hard to predict this year. I'm guessing I'm just completely off. Oh, don't worry about it. I've been completely off as well. I think it's quite difficult to know which way it's going to go, to be honest, because I felt pretty good that like Seth was going to have a good showing and then he didn't. So, yeah, it's a little bit tricky. Chelsea trying to make this tag. No joy. No joy. Okay, right now, Chelsea still down, trying to make her way over. She's in the wrong part of town at the moment. Moves out the way. Grabs Michin. Michin to the outsides. B-Fab charges in. Chelsea again moves out the way. Chelsea trying to make the tag. It feels like that hot tag is going to happen. She's trying to make her way over. Oh. Jade gets involved on the outside. Jade on the outside prevents Chelsea from making the tag. Well, it's lovely to see Jade again. Knees up there by Chelsea, who moves out the way. Chelsea looking for the unpretty hurt. BFAB goes down. Me chins him. Chelsea is up. Styles Clash is in. Styles Clash connects. 1, 2. She gets it. She gets it with the Styles Clash. So, Jade on the outsides. And it is a Styles Clash. I don't know how much people really cared about that. Tiffany attacking from behind. Baddies win, said Jojo. Yeah, my life was not made any better by that match. Chelsea is down. It's 3-on-1. Is someone going to come and help? Could we get a moment? Could a third person come down? Is it going to be Charlotte? Can they all coexist? Doesn't look like anyone. Doesn't look like anyone's come down. Okay, Jade goes over and grabs the championship. Chucks it on top of Tiffany. Okay. Okay. Tiffany got slammed. Chelsea didn't fix that Styles Clash, said Mister. Okay, we go back to the commentary team. Oh, yeah, there was miscommunication, wasn't there, with Kiana. Big falling out between her and Julia. Raquel picking up the victory. We're done. Okay, we're backstage with Kiana. My friend betrayed me. Julia needed me. Is this Julia? Here's Julia. I needed your help with English, with contracts. Kiana said she eclipsed Julia. My English is better now. Julia slaps Kiana. My English is better now. There's Finn Balor. Here's Tama. It's been a long time. Welcome to SmackDown. Ooh, that's nice. That is nice. Little bit of Bullet Club. Yeah. Love that from Julia, said Restaurant. Yeah, I agree. I thought it was good. I was a name and you used my momentum, and Kiana responded by saying I eclipsed you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I feel like there's about half an hour there, if not a bit longer, that, yeah, God, you could definitely take it out. Definitely take it out. The trick stuff, I know that we might have to do it, but it just did not grab me. I don't think it was the same standard as a lot of the other stuff on the show. Although, you know, again, we go back to that opening match, but because of the wig thing, I was actually quite entertained. Chelsea Tiffany, I didn't really need, but I like that backstage moment. We got King of the Ring thing coming up right now. I think we've got, like, you know, over 2 hours here of good stuff, or stuff that, you know, I'm interested in. Once we go down to 2 hours, the hope is, can we lose some of that stuff that we're not so interested in and just keep the good stuff? Because there is a good episode of SmackDown here. This definitely feels a bit bloated. Feels like you could shave it down and make it a better show. But there is some really good stuff within this episode. Probably most notably the Sammy and Cody stuff. I mean, it's still the highest rated segment of the show so far, according to you guys. So I think you've kind of enjoyed that. But yeah, this feels better than a normal episode of SmackDown, but there is still normal SmackDown kind of segments in there, you know. Some of those frustrations do still remain. But we got a big final half an hour to go. And we should be coming back actually to the second half of the football soon as well. Oh no, but they are underway in the second half. So 3-0. And USA almost certain to pick up the 3 points in this opening game. It's going to be a lot of reaction to that. Shining Wizard said, I'm not really into the change of the look for Julia. She feels a little bit like Create a Wrestler being blonde. Daze, would you like Jade to win a world title back? Nah, not campaigning for that. AB said Chelsea and Tiffy are stepping into Cake City tonight. BFAP and Meechin mission think they're ready. 5-star banger for Bestie William. Yeah, William probably enjoyed it. Yeah, I'd imagine William enjoyed that match. Keep getting your votes in. We've had 120 votes so far. We need to get a few more votes in. Balor, Tama, face-to-face was nice. The Julia moment was nice. The men's fatal four-way is going to be good. Okay, we're at commercial break. We're about to come back from commercial break. And we've got Cody. You know my hands are tied. Yeah. This is it. This is what we're doing. Sammy is a wreck right now, says Cody. Here's Sammy, the last real good guy. You gave me one, I gave you one. It's just another thorn in the side, isn't it? So Sammy overheard. So Cody's like, I gave you one, you gave me one. Tell me that we're good. Sammy's like, I don't know, I'm a wreck, aren't I? That's what you just said. Yeah. Ooh. Kansas City next week. Cody Gunther. Let's go. Commercial free. They're going big, mate. Commercial free. Should be a semi-final as well. We're going to do Carmelo against Ricky. That goes down next week. The winner gets a United States Championship match at Night of Champions. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. R-Truth, Damian Priest take on the MFTs next week. It is the tag titles, though, on the line. Still, though. Charlotte Liv. That goes down next week. Next week's looking good, mate. Next week is looking good. Yeah. SmackDown next week's looking pretty spesh. Here's LA Knight. Big opportunity for LA Knight tonight. All you got to say is the Bloodline's in the building. LA Damas predicted it. He's getting a bit confused with all these J names. Jacob and Solo looking all pregnant and barefoot. Okay. LA Knight. Oh, here's Jay. Can't quite hear what he's saying. Is with the fans. Lots of people around. So his glasses are way too many people. Jay couldn't even get through them. Okay, there's Jay then coming through the crowds. His glasses were coming off. He was trying. LA Knight getting a little bit mixed up with some of the names that he was trying to remember. Jimmy's in this match. No, it's Jay. I think he called Jacob pregnant at one point. I don't know. Either way, we are going to our main event match. Daze, maybe stream 4 hours before SmackDown because the card looks stacked. It is stacked. Next week's looking very good. Very good. Day one-ish. Day one-ish. Okay, we're just going to go to commercial break again. When we come back from commercial break, we have got our main event match. Okay. You can tell that every time a wrestler calls out Roman or says something bad about him, that the crowd reaction goes down. The fans want to cheer him, even though he's a loathsome character, says Empower Warren. Days imagining Jay in the golden era, says, well, I mean, it would connect quite well, actually. If he was booked like as a big baby face against big heels, I could see it working well. LA Knight all of a sudden just likes talking about Bloodline all the time. Bloodline, 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 Bloodline. Okay, we're back at commercial break. I've missed commercial breaks. It's lovely having commercial break back. How long we got? 29 minutes. 29 minutes. Main event match coming up. You can get your thoughts in the chat. Which way do you think it's going to go? Who do you think is going to emerge victorious? I am still peeved about Jacob. They have stopped the momentum. However you want to spin it, says Bentram. Okay, commercial break. Got lots of slides that we need to talk about in the breakdown. Okay, where are we score-wise? Still 3-0. Still 3-0. Coming up to, it looks like Paraguay have put in maybe a better performance in the second half. There's not been any more goals. It was 3-0 at halftime. Apparently, wow, USA's 40 touches in the opposing box is already more than any other game at a FIFA World Cup since 1966. So apparently USA have been all over Paraguay. And they have had more touches of the ball in Paraguay's box than any team has had touches in their opposition's box since 1966. There's some big numbers, good numbers, healthy numbers that the USA are putting up tonight. It's like the dream team. It's like Michael Jordan and Larry Bird and all of those people. Right. Often complain about VAR, but it was good to see it used to overturn a booking that just happened. I'm going to look forward to watching the highlights of that USA game, to be honest. Sounds like they've put in a hell of a performance. USA are great at touching boxes, said Squashes. USA on a roll, said Garrett. Even the ref's starting to feel bad for Paraguay, said Corey. Daze, they're taping a go-home SmackDown from Night of Champions on June 23rd. After Raw on June 29th, they're taping SmackDown for that Friday for 4th of July. Thank you, Robbie. Eric said, I would be too if fans were talking about me like they do Iron, said Eric. Daze, can we introduce hydration breaks into wrestling? Yeah, we need more ads. We need more disruption, you're right. Okay. We're back from that commercial break. Jay in the ring. Sign in the crowd said it's my birthday. The fans have enjoyed Jay's entrance. Okay, here's Finn. Here's Balor. Finn Balor. Jay is also a goof on social media that doesn't help, said Alex. Mr. said it's kind of like the Knicks whooping up on the Spurs. Empire said, would we prefer if they reduced the ad breaks, but wrestlers dressed like NASCAR drivers to enter the ring being covered in logos? If you have to choose one, I'd probably take the commercial breaks. I think if they had logos all over them, it would probably ruin the aura. Would you get used to it? That's tricky, actually. If they had, like, jackets covered in sponsors and then they just took the jackets off, would you take that over all the ad breaks? You'd have less ad breaks. To be honest, it would be lovely if we didn't have ad breaks during matches. I do think the ad breaks during the matches really hurt. When you watch things like PLEs or AAA and they don't have like ad breaks during matches, you see how big of a difference it makes. So, I don't know, man. No ad breaks during matches, but the flip side is the wrestlers have to come down with like sponsors on like jackets or stuff. God, it's such a horrible trade-off, isn't it? It's a horrible trade-off. Brock used to have ads on his shorts. He did, and that was fine. I mean, the problem is you don't want to see it for someone like the Wyatt Six or the Undertaker or Bray Wyatt, you know? I feel like I could live with it if it's Dominic Mysterio or it's maybe Jey Uso or... It depends on the character. It's an interesting one, though. It's an interesting one. Those are the kind of decisions that you could see having to be weighed up. To be honest, TKO would just do both, wouldn't they? We're saying that it's not a decision, not for TKO. If they can have sponsors and adverts, that's their idea of heaven. Okay, Royce Key's making his way down. Pat said it would be interesting if it was like lower tier talent wrestlers. Paraguay have scored. Do you know, I thought they had a goal in them. I predicted it would be 2-1. I think I said 2-1, maybe 3-1. I got to admit, I was not feeling great about that prediction at the halfway point. But there we go. Paraguay have managed to somehow bundle themselves a goal, but it ain't going to make a difference. It's going to be 3 points for USA, and deservedly so. Here's LA Knight. Well, you'd have to say almost perfect. Almost perfect for the USA. Yeah, I mean, you can't... I wouldn't disrespect Paraguay. I think they've had a terrible night by the sounds of it. Sounds like they've played atrocious. But they are a footballing nation. You know, they do care. They're not just here to make up the numbers. Could be an interesting final 15 minutes. Certainly if Paraguay was to get another one quite quick, but without watching the game, I feel quite confident that the United States will see this home. Okay, LA Knight has made his way down. USA just need to play and just keep it away. Yep. Okay. Here we go then. Main event time. Listen, if you'd have offered 3-1 to USA fans before that game, they would have absolutely... Oh, LA Knight runs it back. Jay didn't like it. LA Knight just ran it back. Well, I'm glad that we didn't see that all the way through. I don't need him starting to run it back now. Okay, you lot have said that LA Knight is picking up the victory in this one. This is our main event, and we've got about 20-odd minutes left to go. Andy said, imagine if the... Oh, gone. Okay, right now we got LA Knight against the ropes, looking for a clothesline there by Powerhouse Hobbs. To the outside. Finn Balor in the ring with Powerhouse Hobbs. Kicks coming in there by Finn Balor. Balor in the corner goes up over. Powerhouse Hobbs goes into the corner. Powerhouse Hobbs to the outsides. Imagine if Undertaker did a half-hour entrance and then ran it back. Balor over the top. Down on Jay. Down on LA Knights. And there we go. From knight to king is what a sign in the crowd says. Jay gets thrown back into the ring. Okay, we got Finn Balor and we got Jey Uso. They're battling away right now. Guarantee that Jay runs it back this match. Oh, what, during the match? You think he runs it back during the match? Okay, Balor against the ropes, drop kick, down goes Jay. Going for the cover to shoulder up by Jay. Daze, are you ever going back to the LOL short videos? Nah, they didn't do it. They took a long time to put. I loved them. It was exactly the kind of content I wanted to do, but they take ages to put together, and they just didn't land. They didn't get attention. No one seemed to care. So. Sadly not. I don't know how many got uploaded in the end. I mean, I had about 20 made. I don't know if I got round to uploading them all. If I've got any others that I've maybe made and not uploaded, I can maybe look to upload them, but I think they all went up. I think. Shots coming in there by LA Knight. LA Knight getting thrown to the outsides. Who you going to call said it's so predictable about Sammy being the guest referee in Cody Gunther. Flame Fist said AAA tomorrow. Has it got anything exciting on? I haven't seen the card, to be honest. I know we're coming out of the specials. I believe tomorrow is just a standard episode. We just did 2 weeks, didn't we, of, what is it, Noches de Grande or whatever. Right now we got Jay on his feet. Looking to throw in a shot, but Finn Balor responding with a shot of his own. This should be an amazing four-way, said Garrett. Jay against the ropes going over the other sides. I think, am I right in saying tomorrow is the Knicks? Do you know, I might even pop that on TV. I'm going to do my research for UFC and even look to get an unseen out. Yeah, tomorrow night, 1:30. I might even pop that on TV because if the Knicks win, they just win it, don't they? It'll be Knicks in 5. Kick coming in. Going for the cover. 2. Shoulder up. Nacho de Grande. Has that come with a free drink, said Rob. Dark Knight said USA needs to be ruthless. The Pepe chance is an example of just overplaying and even a little bit of arrogance. Joe said, I'm a lifelong Knicks fan. It's a big deal. Oh, yeah, no, I know. I'm aware. I'm aware. Benito said, stream the Knicks. No. I'll be using my time to research UFC, getting stuff up. You know, I'll probably have the Knicks on, but just in the background. It makes no sense for me to sit here and actually be talking to you guys, watching the show and doing a stream. I mean, that's just taking time away from UFC research and all that stuff. So it's very much a background thing. I think, does Scotland play as well? Jesus, there's so much sport that's going on right now. I think Scotland, when do they kick off? Scotland, oh my God, it's the same time. Knicks start their game at 1:30 in the morning, and Scotland kick off half an hour later. Scotland against Haiti. Scotland are in a horrible group with Brazil and Morocco. If Scotland are going to get out this group, they have got to get a result against Haiti. They have got to win. So that already is a high-pressure match for Scotland. Because I don't see them getting a result against Brazil. And I can't see them getting a result against Morocco. So that Haiti game is big. That's tomorrow. Same time as the Knicks. Bang! It's in Boston as well. We were talking on the web about how all the Scottish are in Boston right now. Apparently right next to Tommy Troy Travel's house, where he lives. Shots coming in then between these two. Gotta say, this is not grabbing anyone at the moment. Crowd are very quiet considering this is our main event. We still got 15 minutes though. And I don't think that helps. Went for a net breaker. Royce Keys came off balance. LA Knight came off balance. Okay, Royce Keys in the corner. LA Knight throwing in some kicks to the midsection. Stomping away. Fans are joining in with some yes. LA Knight charging in. Big clothesline there by the big man. Royce Keys takes down LA Knight. Royce Keys picks up LA Knight. Yeah, nice. He had him down. Pulled him onto the shoulder. Straight into a power slam. That looked quite good, actually. Looked quite good. Royce Keys coming over. There's top rope. Enziguri. Finn Balor step in. In the ring, going up, looking out. Finn Balor, crossbody, gets caught there by Keys. Backbreaker. Yeah, shot coming in there by Keys. Keys with Balor. Just feels a bit slow, doesn't it, at the moment? Hello, Sean. Hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well, and you? Great seeing Danhausen being at the Knicks game. I don't know if he's there at the next one. But, yeah, he was there the other day and when they picked up a victory. Amazing game, wasn't it? Certainly the end. Balor being picked up here by Royce Keys. Bah, that's lovely, that is. 1, 2. Save made by LA Knight. I wonder if these matches would have been more fun if it was elimination. Wonder if it had been more fun if, like, you know, that was the end of Balor and then we go down to 3. It's why this is New York. We don't destroy our city. We celebrate like we've been starved for 50 years. It's passion, says AB. You can use your hands now if you're Paraguay, said Corey. Why? Is there a bit of drama? Sounds like the highlights of this game are going to be really good. Pulisic's absence is being felt. USA have lost some of their attacking swagger with the absence of Christian Pulisic. The ex-Chelsea forward was brilliant in the first half. Showed why he has been the poster boy of this team. Has he been subbed off, has he? Pulisic, yes. Took off after 46 minutes. Into the ring steps. Okay, Royce is looking at Jimmy there. Jay gets thrown into the ring steps. Now he stares over at Big Jim. Is that going to bring down Solo? Solo's coming down. So we got some shenanigans going on here. Solo coming down. That's going to take us to commercial break. We're going to have about 10 minutes left to go. Okay. Robbie said, I'm new to soccer football. I'm just trying to learn about the scoring system. Oh, yeah, well, it's just you got to put the ball in the net, haven't you? That's it. Bang. Do it, and you get a goal. Bloodline, MFTs, Royce Keys looking good so far, said Flame Fist. Okay, here's Balor charging over. Didn't look great. He kind of collided over into Royce, and it didn't really look great. You can see what he was going for. I mean, I think it was meant to be like a Uranagi kind of driving Balor down. Martin said, I hate commercials during matches. Yeah, I agree, buds. I agree. Royce jumping up then. Getting back into the ring. I'll tell you the other thing as well, is it's that the matches do tend to really slow. Like, the wrestlers know they're not live. So, I mean, it does tend to, like, really slow it all down. Knee to the midsection there by Powerhouse. Okay, Keys in the ring, going over. Shot coming in there by Jay. And again, Keys back in the corner, going over the other side, reversed. Bang! Hard in the corner goes Jay. Jay goes down. Royce Keys in the ring, looking over at LA Knight. LA Knight coming back in. That was weird. Royce Keys just looked at LA Knight, could see that he was about to get up to his feet and just turned his back on him. LA Knight then is in control. Jimmy is out there. Honestly, I mean, I do feel like this is the second match, Fatal 4-Way, that's just been a bit off. The women's one was a bit off earlier, and that's being kind. And this one just feels a little bit off. People are kind of on their feet in the front row, but no one's chanting or making noise, or everyone's just standing and watching. Royce Keys charging over, collides into LA Knight. LA Knight goes down to his knees. We've got 9 minutes left to go here. Okay, we've got Solo, who's down. Back in the ring goes Finn Balor. Solo having a word with Royce Keys. He's trying to give him some advice. Trying to encourage him. Finn Balor colliding into Royce Keys. Balor again coming over. Another big shot. Balor against the ropes. Another big shot. Down goes Keys. Finn Balor looking out at the crowds. He's looking to go up, over to the outside. Gets caught there by Keys. Smashed into the edge of the ring. Royce Keys picking up Balor. He's got him on his shoulder. Going to look to drive him into the ring posts. Jay gets involved. Against the rope goes LA Knight. Down goes Keys. Okay, we got all 4 guys on the outside right now. United States match going into extra time at the moment. Okay, Finn Balor. Why is Balor playing Peacekeeper? Why does Balor care? Balor jumping in, trying to get Jay and LA Knight onto the same page. I think they've identified that Royce Keys is a big threat. And I think they're going to look to drive him through this table, picking him up. Got him up. Royce Keys. Boom. Okay, big spot. Royce Keys power bombed into the commentary table. He goes down. Look at that. Oof. Okay, so baby faces all working together. Does that take Royce Keys out of the equation? Is it now a case of best man wins? Solo's still out there. Jimmy is still out there. We've still got a lot of moving parts with this. Shots coming in between these two. That's how they're going to write Royce out, said Corey. Denise said, have you got less commercials yet? Honestly, it doesn't help. Because what tends to happen is, if there is a match happening, we stay with the match. So that's good. But the problem is, as soon as we kind of go to commercial break, the pace of the match just absolutely dies. There's a lot of matches that kind of get a bit ruined by the fact that when you go to commercial, we stay with it and it just dies. It's just really slow. The pace falls away. It's not a fun watch. So, yeah, we do get less commercials. We don't get the commercials when the matches are happening, but I can't say it makes it any better. Whenever it's a commercial break during, like, you know, a backstage segment or, you know, after the break such and such is going to do a promo, then we get a "we'll be back soon" graphic. On Raw, though, whenever they do it on Raw, we actually get a Byron Saxton interview. We tend to get Byron Saxton interviewing. We don't really ever get a graphic on that. So there is a bit of a difference between SmackDown and Raw. Finn Balor going to the outside, climbing up. USA are going to win, said Jim. Yep. Oh, that was good by LA Knight. LA Knight launching himself up. Look. Oh. LA Knight going into Jay. Finn Balor in the corner looking for a coup de grace. Connects. Gets it. Finn Balor. 1, 2. Oh, Royce Keys is back. Royce Keys is back. Into the barricade. Jimmy gets wiped out. Jimmy gets wiped out. That's what I'm talking about, says Solo. To the outside. Solo goes down. Royce Keys gets thrown in the ring. LA Knight goes in the ring. Duck underneath. LA Knight against the ropes over the other side. LA Knight. Down goes Keys. Could this be the beginning of the end? Oh, we still got Jay in there, though. Oof. I don't even know who I want to win, actually. Oh. Here we go. Keys is up. Keys scoops up LA Knight. I feel like we're in a good little finishing sequence here. LA Knight down. Keys down. Kip up there for LA Knight. LA Knight climbing up. He's taking his time a little bit here, isn't he? LA Knight goes up, elbow drop connects. Royce is going to get this one, said Shining Wizards. Here's LA Knight trying to put Royce Keys away. No joy. Big boot there by LA Knight. Oh, Solo gets involved. Solo. Ball spine buster to LA Knight. Big splash there by Jay. Jay, 1, 2, 3. Jay gets it. Jay gets it. Jay Uso gets it. Solo gets involved. Jay gets the win. Jay progresses. Solo has got his hands on his head. Is this a bit of a shock? Is this a bit of a shock? I think it is, you know. I felt really good it was going to be either Finn Balor or more likely LA Knight. It's Jay Uso that progresses. Wow. Wow. I thought it might be too soon for Royce. I thought there'd be shenanigans that would stop Jay. For me, I was thinking LA Knight. I really was. There's going to be some glum faces after that. I think LA Knight had quite a bit of support. Wow. Wow. Solo didn't have a horse in it. I think he wanted Royce, didn't he? I mean, he's really trying to bring Royce in. Okay, let's get scores, shall we? LA Knight got screwed again. It's hard to argue with that, to be honest. He did. I quite fancied him to get the win here. I know many of you lot did as well. So it's going to be Jay against Javon. And then it's going to be Oba Dominic. I can't see Javon challenging for a world title. So it feels like Jay is going to make it. That's how it feels. Jay Oba final. This is random, innit? This is so random. I feel like they've the way they've worked out this King of the Ring is they've literally just drawn names out of a hat. It's so random. I didn't expect Javon to win. I didn't expect Jay to win. I didn't expect Dominic to win. And it's kind of hard to sit here and say, oh, here we go. Now we're going to get some dream matches. We've all dreamed about Javon versus Jay. I'm not down on Dominic against Oba. But, like, I don't know, man. This bracket's weird. There is no way. I am quite happy to sit here right now, hand on my heart, and say I would not have come remotely close to predicting this. No, I would not have got anywhere near this. Because this is so random. I do like the unpredictability of it, though. I like that. That's good. I do like how unpredictable it is. But I can't say that Jay Javon is a dream match. Or that it's going to set up a dream match. I mean, Oba Javon final? Jay Oba final? Dominic Javon final? I don't know. Is there a dream match there? Is there a final that people would care about? I mean, it's looking more likely like Oba's going to win. What do we think? This is mental. I was not expecting Jay to win this. I really thought it was going to be LA Knight. Martin, shout out to you, buds. The referees have given about 7 minutes of stoppage when we've had 3. Is the match still going? Blimey now. Yeah, it's still going, isn't it? According to the BBC, USA are in the 8th minute of extra time. I gotta say, I think USA are going to be really pleased, and they should be. But I think there will just be... Oh! A fourth! Well, there we go. I was just about to say, I think that USA are going to have a little bit of a gripe at the fact that they lost the second half, 3-0. Did they switch off? Did the game suffer when Pulisic went off? But got deep into extra time, USA getting a fourth. And that's going to end this game on a real high. You get the points. You wrap it up with a goal. There we go. There might just be a little talking point about how the majority of the second half, USA seemingly not carrying the same threat, but a fourth goal right at the end. Oh, and it was only seconds before this thing ended. There we go. It's a statement win. It's a good win for the USA. Very, very good. Another show, another LA Knight mistreatment, said YJY. The winner from each match is basically just the most popular person, said RTX. Full time, USA 4, Paraguay 1. Marshman said Ober wins, then gives up the title shot to retire Brock, said Marshman. I think Dominic and Raquel will win King and Queen, and Liv will get jealous and turn, said Black Onyx. AB said, we scored again with just seconds left. This team just said main event yeet. LA Knight is garbage, said Brony. USA goal difference patter. Well, it matters, doesn't it? It really matters. In this World Cup, it could be that it comes down to goal difference to figure out who's going to finish first and who's going to finish second. And so, I mean, the amount of goals that you score, it could play a factor. So this is a really good win. Paraguay thought it was over, and then USA hit them with a post-credit scene. Very good. Very, very good. Choco Latte, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to everyone that's joined us. I mean, look, I'm about to do the breakdown. I don't think it's a spoiler to say that I enjoyed this. I think that this was one of the more enjoyable SmackDowns to watch. And, yeah, really good. Really good. I've heard that before, said Shining Wizards. In the UK, does BBC show all the matches? They've got, I think, half the matches. We've got 5 main TV channels, 5 channels that are like terrestrial channels. If you buy a TV, I mean, in this day and age, if you buy a TV, you get quite a few channels, but the 5 main channels are BBC One, which is the main channel, BBC Two, which people don't really watch too much. It's got a lot of nature programs, a lot of stuff like that on it. ITV, Channel 3 is a big channel. Channel 4 has got a lot of the comedy stuff on it. And Channel 5 is a lot of like reality police shows, kind of, cops and all that kind of stuff, yeah? So those are our 5 main channels. So the World Cup, I think every match is being shown on either BBC One or Channel 3, ITV. They're the big 2 mainstream channels, And then Channel 4 is your comedy. Channel 5 is your police camera action type stuff. Channel 2 is like, do you know what I mean? Let's go on a lovely railway trip. And let's look at the countryside and let's have a look at Shakespeare and, culture and all this kind of stuff. But the big 2 channels are 1 and 3. And my favourite might be Channel 4. I mean, Channel 4's comedy, and, that's where a lot of our comedy shows air. So, yeah, BBC have got about half, ITV have got about half, Channel 3 have got half. They're split across those 2. But everyone can watch the World Cup. That's the great thing. It's not behind any paywall. If you've got a TV, you can watch it, which is great. There's too much stuff in this day and age where you have to pay extra to watch it. But the World Cup's for everyone, so yeah, that will have aired on every TV in the UK tonight, that USA game. Everyone could have watched it. The only downside is it started at 2:00 in the morning over here, so obviously most people will be asleep. So I don't know how many people here will have watched the game. Everyone will be interested. And obviously when they wake up, they'll see the score. I'm quite looking forward to watching the highlights and seeing what the pundits say about it. But yeah, USA off to a very good start. Big Time said, I have to imagine if WWE even dares to do J. Cody at SummerSlam, it's going to come with a fan revolt. We want to see a great match, and Jay will just stink that place out. Why do they keep screwing over LA Knight? The Beach Kevin said, we've got BBC America. Yeah, we don't have that, obviously. So, I mean, I don't quite know how it works. I think BBC America might have just like the best shows, mostly from BBC One, but you'll have a few BBC Two shows. You'll probably have some BBC Three shows as well. I mean, BBC Three was like a cable channel that had a lot of shows they took chances on. And if they did well, then they might move to BBC Two or BBC One. So I'm guessing, I mean, I've never seen BBC America, so I don't know. I'm guessing it's just the best. The best of all the channels put together in one place. There's some good stuff on BBC. Here in the Netherlands, it's just on normal TV, just like the UK, said RCX. That's good. That's really good. I do fear one day it will go behind a paywall. And, you know, that'll be such a shame. Because the World Cup really should be enjoyed by everyone. So, that's good, RTX. Long may it stay that way. Do you think they'll try to build El Grande Dom for the AAA Championship? Yes. El Grande has won the Rey de Reyes, so he gets to compete for the AAA Championship. So that is a story that's definitely coming. Corey said USA would have scored a lot more if the refs didn't start cheating. Oh, Corey, you got to be pleased with 4-1. It's great. That's a great score. Big Time said it's unfortunate, but as LA Knight is getting older, the window gets shorter as far as having a world title run. What fans were looking for in 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025, now 2026. Robbie said it's 2B that broadcasts World Cup matches for free in America. Really? Really? Oh. Lovecat said, I like that Daze. World Cup for everyone. Oh, definitely. It's the world sports. I know that our American friends aren't quite with it, but, you know, I think that's the hope, that people in America will start to enjoy it a bit more, and this World Cup might, you know, open a few people's eyes and whatever. So it's good that America are doing well. I think it will make the knockouts a lot more exciting if, like, Canada and Mexico and America are still in there, you know. We've seen tournaments before where, like, Qatar go out in the group stages and South Africa go out early because their teams weren't, you know, that great. And I do think that you lose a little bit of something when that happens. The buzz, the energy, the excitement, all of that, it just kind of seems to benefit when the home nations stay in that little bit longer. I mean, eventually, you know, you're likely to get knocked out somewhere. I don't think too many people are predicting USA to win the World Cup, or Canada or Mexico. But if, you know, keep them in for as long as possible, you know. And tonight's result has massively helped because there's only there's 2 teams that are guaranteed to go through from the group, and 8 of the third best teams, whoever finishes third, 8 of the best go through as well. So really, you've just picked up 3 points there, America. That's going to massively mean, I think you could pretty much guarantee that you're through. I mean, it's really going to have to go wrong from here. You're going to have to lose both of these next matches and probably lose them quite big to not go through. I think at worst, you've probably guaranteed you're going through in third place with the win. So, yeah, it's good result. Really good. Anyway, we're not here to talk about that. We're here to wrap things up, and we're here to go and do the breakdown. So a big thank you to everyone that joined us. I hope you kind of enjoyed hanging out. Main event has come out as good 87. You didn't love it. It's a very interesting SmackDown, this, because I think there are definite improvements. I think there are some things here that I can point at and say I enjoyed that. That felt like it was a bit better. But there's no hiding from the fact that the match scores are still not good enough. I mean, good 86, good 91, good 95, good 88, and good 87. The in-ring is a major, major problem on SmackDown. A major problem. Okay, we're going to go and do the breakdown. Tomorrow, I'm going to try and get a Unseen in. Try and get the ball rolling with that again and start doing... So my focus tomorrow, do an Unseen, get that ball rolling, and do research for UFC. Sunday, do an Unseen if there's enough stuff to do an episode on, but really focus on UFC Freedom 250. That's Sunday night. And then, of course, Monday, we're right back round to Unseen and Raw. So that's the plan for the next few days. That's what I'm striving to achieve. And a big thank you to everyone that joined us tonight. I hope you had a good time. Hope you had fun. And hopefully I'll see you in a moment for the breakdown.